Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and the Dead Mother. Welcome back. I just saw your update about you didn't have internet for a couple of weeks. Holy crap. But welcome back to the world of the internet, and thank you for continuing your subscription, Dead Mother. Welcome back. Hope things have been going well. Back on track. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for your subscription. So yeah, we're just going through the whole intro spiel. I am Mikey, freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master. One day soon again. What is the last thing I was supposed to be? Right, a variety streamer on Twitch. Yeah, I can't imagine how stressful that is. Like, thank you. Do you have any game today? Oh, I'd really appreciate that, then, mother. Oh man, stuff like that. I honestly didn't expect to be here. Like, what? It's been 7 months, I think. More than half a year. Wild. But we've been through a lot of games here, and it's been great. I'm just so grateful for all the support. Did I just do the praying hands thing? Oh my god, God of War. Yeah, I ended up playing that, like... I also had internet problems over the weekend. I couldn't stream in the afternoon, but I was fortunate enough to get the internet back by the evening. And I just couldn't help it. I decided to stream. And, well, I was able to finish it. And it was such a spectacular experience. There was just one scene that just kind of gave me a bit, mixed feelings. I was just a bit confused and trying to grapple with it. And, the last encounter with Baldur and the outcome with Baldur and Freya, and I was just hung up over the whole, what happened to Baldur and how that was staged, which kind of soured the moment of the scattering of the ashes a bit for me. But I was able to process it over the week. I even made a Reddit post about, like, did I just not get it, or like, why was I bothered by it all the way to the end? And some people came in with some really good points about what happened to it, what happened to Baldur. Understandably, Baldur had to die to signal the beginning of Ragnarok. But how that was accomplished is just kind of weird for me. But other than that, and of course the quick 180 turn of Atreus, like within the 15 minutes of being announced, of being revealed to as a god, and things just got weird. But I did not expect about Faye's true nature, but I think that is set up perfectly because of one line of dialogue which lessened the confusion about Faye's reveal. Remember that thing when you went into the tunnels? And I think Atreus comments like, how can giants fit into these tunnels? And then Mimir basically clarifies that giants are a race like humans, elves, etc. And not all of them are as large as mountains. And that there are some that could fit through these tunnels. So that line alone, when they revealed what Faye actually was, I didn't question it. It's like, oh yeah, they did just say giants could be human size. But yeah, ooh, KOTOR though. That's a blessing in disguise. KOTOR is still absolutely one of my favorite games. It is what converted me into a Star Wars fan. It wasn't actually the films. I think I was a bit young when either my brother or my parents showed me the original trilogy, but KOTOR was the one that not only solidified me as a fan of Star Wars, but solidified me as a fan for the original, BioWare and RPGs in general and the extended universe. And it basically, I was so blown away because I could not believe that such stories could be accomplished in the Star Wars universe, or that there were this amount, the possibilities were endless after that. It is like such an eye-opening experience for me. And you didn't even have to be a Star Wars game to appreciate how well made it is. I don't know if it's aged well. I know they're making a remake, I'm not sure how it is like to play KOTOR 1 and 2, which I haven't finished yet, by the way. I've been meaning to get to KOTOR 2 before jumping into the Old Republic MMO. Anyway, but yeah, uh, I know we're supposed to be playing Horizon, but then I still can't get God of War out of my mind. It wasn't just the what happened to Baldur. Like, I was fine, sure, Baldur had to die, and uh, wh- I'm predicting for Ragnarok, Freya has to process this. It is a lot in the moment, and perhaps she'll be an enemy for partway through, but I highly doubt she's gonna really turn against us totally because there are bigger enemies at hand. There are, we have to deal with Asgard, we have to deal with Thor, we have to deal with Odin. Thor for God of War 2, Odin for God of War 3. I don't know. They did say they were done with the Norse mythology thing with Ragnarok, right? And then I was waiting for the super crossover between all the pantheons because they already hinted at the different stuff, the Egyptian gods, the Japanese gods, etc. Anyway, well, I got mixed feelings because in the moment to me it just felt a bit excessive in terms of the execution, literal execution. Because just a minute before that, Atreus was already asking to spare Baldur's Gate because he was done, he was defeated. So that was already established. Baldur was defeated. There was no need to execute him. And yes, Kratos gave him ample warning, even from the very beginning of the game. It's like, you better walk away from this, son. Like, I'm not gonna just walk away. So he did that as an ultimatum as well. And what did he do? He turned around and started to strangle Freya. Sure. And intervening, I thought, was already enough of a huge character development moment for Kratos because the whole time he was saying, uh, don't interfere, don't meddle in the affairs of gods, it's their problem, etc., etc. But this time he decided to pay Freya back and intervene, and I thought just pulling off Baldur was enough. That is it. Uh, you could choke him out, you could non-lethally take him down, you could clap him in chains, whatever. He was already vulnerable, he was already defeated. But then he decided to execute him. Instead of just killing him in the moment in battle or something like that, he decided to make a conscious decision to take his life. And I thought in that moment that it is kind of going back on what he was teaching Atreus and warning about. It's like it felt like he created more problems by executing Baldur. But I posted about this on Reddit. I was thinking about it over the week, and I was pretty much convinced that yes, I was underestimating Baldur's state, but how psychotic he became through a century of sensory deprivation. It's like, how do you come back from that? And to continue that, and I also overestimated Freya's mindset because back then I was just kind of tired of the trope of um looking at trying to dissect it uh with a feminist critique about yet another female character falling to emotions, losing reason to it, and agency taken away from her by men in power. I was just kind of tired of that trope by that moment. So just to see that happen to Freya, who we thought was wise and reasonable, just devolve into that. But sticking to the classical tropes then from looking from another perspective about a mother's love, about a parent's love, not just Freya but Kratos as well. They were both willing to do anything for their children, and Freya was willing to do that. And I was also annoyed because this is all just personal thoughts, because I just went back to the moment of Han Solo. I was so upset with that scene. Not only because Han Solo was one of my favorite characters, but because of how it is exactly that. Like, I didn't see Freya anymore. I saw Kylo Ren and Han Solo going, I know what needs to be done, son. Essentially, you need to kill me for you to be at peace. It is exactly that moment. And yeah, so those things were running through my head, and that's why it is so mixed for me, and I had a hard time enjoying it despite the powerful performances from all sides. Like, I got chills when Freya went on about cursing me. That was super great. But a combination of just having experienced that trope one too many times up to that point, and being reminded of the scene with Han Solo and Kylo Ren. Like it is pretty much that scene. You know, child that is too far gone, parents' love going, do what you need to do, son. So that just muddled it a bit for me, but I was able to process it over the weekend. And yes, it continues with the the tragedy, and the fate. You know, as much as Kratos thinks he's already cut him off from from fate itself, it returns to this. And Freya was partially right, saying, like from the surface, it's like you never change or you cannot change, Kratos, your nature. She was partially right in that sense, but what's underlying what's underlying that execution, and what's underlying all those the murder spree we went through? Kratos had different reasons in this game, and in terms of intent and the justification for doing what he did, it is a far cry from when he was younger and in Greece. So I was able to appreciate the scene a bit more, and really, it's that, you know, there's classically a mother's love is one of the most powerful forces on earth, and I just had to be more empathetic in that sense. Like I had to forget about those peripheral things that were just muddling my experience, and just look at it objectively and just put myself in the moment. you know these were two parents, and Kratos had to make a decision. And Mimir already clarified, of course, at the end, in case for people who are doubting it, thinking like, it was a complicated situation, lad. There was really no right answer. But Freya may not have been able to do what she needed to do. So it is like two birds with one stone. It is to protect Freya's life, and also to tie up that loose end, which may have... He already said, I'm gonna come after you after I deal with my mother. Oh, hey, Lichcast, welcome back. I was just talking to Den Mother here about... We haven't started yet, actually. I was just talking about God of War. Because fortunately, Den Mother lost some internet, so she wasn't able to catch up there. But Den Mother's a huge God of War fan, so it is really great having you on stream, Den Mother. I was glad you were able to catch that scene where you got that idea for your tattoo. That is super great. But yeah, thank you for dropping by Lichcast despite the busy schedule. And Blush Pink Peony, always with the gift subs. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for the support. Anyway, I was just discussing about the end of God of War. I'm not sure if you played it, Lichcasts, but essentially, I just had to... I had to take time off the scene to process it, because there were other factors which were preventing me from enjoying it to the fullest, which is unfortunate because you really only experience the game once, a movie once. But overall, God of War was just so spectacularly made from a technical standpoint. But what? It's not exactly it's a great story, but the way they told it is just so, for me, it is so amazingly well done, and I could not imagine it being told any other way. In terms of having the camera, the unbroken shot, the way they filmed it, that added such a sense of urgency, and the limitations of the perspective were able to bring out so much more, because and it felt like a documentary that you were there with them throughout the whole journey. And about the limitations of the perspective of having only it there from Kratos' and Atreus' perspective, when you lose characters off screen, when things happen off screen, you're also there experiencing that moment of deprivation. You're not sure like what's around the corner, or when Atreus is kidnapped, there's no cutaway to like a close-up of Atreus of where he is to subconsciously remind you that okay, he's here. No, it's just the camera's here. I can't follow Atreus, man. They just took away Atreus. Then you're there and you're just like, shit, and you're just rushing alongside with Kratos and the camera. And the fact that it is in-game engine, they could just like swap lenses on the fly to prevent it from being too, if you notice, they changed the focal length, boom, and then the dialogue to get those over-the-shoulder shots. So they had the freedom to be able to play around with this, and they weren't limited by it. They could have accomplished it in real life, but it would have taken so much more I guess, effort. And I was just raving about all that. It's just such, and then compared to all the other games I've been playing, which has been, they can't help but spew exposition on you. You know, they tell a lot but show less. As cheesy as that sounds, but the facial mocap, the motion capture in general, and the performances from all the other actors, especially from Christopher Judge, the fact that they decide to linger on details like a glance away or taking a beat before responding, the way the lines are delivered, so much was said. For me, there was more said in between the lines and in the silence of the moments than them actually talking. Mimir came into the picture, sure, but he was there to educate you about Norse mythology as an outsider, because he comes from a different pantheon. And I thought that was super great because it didn't feel like this is what's happening in the story. No, he was giving you context about, this is the relationship of the gods in case you're included in Norse mythology. I'm not familiar with Norse mythology. Like, my experience with it is super surface level from pop culture. And I wasn't able to appreciate it that much as well then, Mother, because, like, someone reminded me as well, Baldur's death signifies the beginning of Ragnarok. Like, that had to happen. So that also adds more layers of, like, appreciation there. Like, how they're playing with the mythology here. The sandbox. And you can tell that the writers, they had a lot of creative freedom and a lot of the, nudge, nudge, wink, wink moments, but they're not claiming this is any accurate representation of it. This is, a fictional god. We just made up Kratos cutting through the Greek pantheon. Why not? Let's throw him into the Norse pantheon. And by the way, let's hint at the Egyptian pantheon, the Japanese gods, and the kami, and just all of it. Just like, and by the way, Tyr went to different lands to learn from different pantheons. Nudge, wink, wink, hint, hint. We might be having a super crossover with all the pantheons. And what exactly was Faye's plan? Because I think the Scattering of the Ashes did something. My theory is that perhaps you open up Jotunheim to whatever, the other pantheons. Who knows? I'm just excited. But it is beautiful. The way they ended it was also it wasn't some bombastic, epic ending. It was a funeral. It was that. It ended on a funeral. It ended quiet and bittersweet, but very hopeful. And again, trademark, and again how they were doing with the story. Barely any words said. Just the moment and the presence of these two. And again, going back to the technical side of the single take, unbroken, all the way from home. It's there and back again without any cuts. You were there, you were tired, you were sad, you were ecstatic, you were joyful, and there was nothing to interrupt those moments. Literally and figuratively. It is super great. And that was my knee-jerk review of God of War. I just felt like I really had to talk about it. But there's also a lot gonna happen in Horizon Forbidden West. There's also a big reveal in the big moment, and Lichcast was talking about Minerva. Speaking of Hephaestus, Minerva, gods, we're also kind of dealing with that here in Horizon Forbidden West, but from a different lens. And literally from a different timeline. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, exactly. And I think that is pretty much it then, Mother. The thing about Kylo Ren's scene, when Freya started to do that on stream, I was saying, this is Han Solo all over again. Jesus Christ. And I think that's when I turned off. That's when I kind of tuned out from that scene. And it's just so unfortunate because I could see what an amazing performance and moment that was. And the emotions and the raw emotions of Freya and Baldur, just, snow, and just the relief and sadness of it all. But I just couldn't unsee Kylo Ren and Han Solo. I love Kylo Ren, by the way. And unpopular opinion, out of the new trilogy, not Last Jedi, yeah, the Last Jedi, the middle film for me was the most overall. I enjoyed it the most. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but going back to it, because initially I enjoyed the J.J. Abrams ones, the bookend ones, but after a few months of processing everything, I realized, what? No, I like Last Jedi. And Kylo Ren was great in Last Jedi, but I just couldn't unsee that scene with Han Solo, and that's what really turned me off from the scene. But anyway, yeah, the jaded, tired man who's tired from rage, hubris, and it's just, and being able to decide at that moment about, and Kratos also has flaws. That wasn't exactly the best decision. You could come up with 500 different reasons of how that execution should have gone, or the fate of Balder and the stuff like that. But I think in that moment, given those circumstances and what everyone's been through, and the urgency of the moment and the uncertainty of the future and the threats given, like taking all those into consideration, for Kratos as a character, I believe what he did was really the best he could do. And he didn't take any satisfaction or pride out of that. He couldn't even look at Freya in the eyes. Like that little detail as well. When Freya was going off on him, Kratos looked very sorry. Just couldn't look at Freya. And of course, Atreus was also off screen but you know what Atreus was going through, because Atreus kind of, Freya failed with her first son. Not first son. Freya failed with, in her eyes, she failed her son. And when Atreus came into the picture, there's this very motherly love, and she kind of became like an aunt to us. She became like a godmother to Atreus. And even if Atreus was off screen for that moment, for most of it, I could have just, actually, in that moment, I was just thinking of Atreus. I was thinking of Atreus, like, watching Freya just curse us. And it's just a shame. It's just, he just lost his mother, and Freya was here, able to fill in that role, even for a moment. But anyway, that's why my predictions for that is Freya's gonna be an enemy for the first act, maybe, but she's gonna have to come to terms and realize what had to happen, no matter how tragic it was. And because I was also turned off by the fact that, does that really break the cycle? When Kratos said, "I'm breaking the cycle," and then ends up perpetuating the cycle of violence anyway. But someone clarified, of course, that looking at it from a classical perspective, it is about the cycle specifically of parricide, the child killing the parent. Not exactly... What? You've gifted 32 subs by now, Blushfig Teony. Thank you for keeping the channel alive and giving people access to the cats. And of course, ad-free viewing, which is very useful. Oh yeah, and also at that moment, you're right, then Mother, like, yeah, get the blades, and also at the end, to remove those chains, to remove the bandages, and just say that I have nothing left to hide in. It sets such a great stage. And that's why for me, at the ending, it's so difficult to land and to stick endings. It's difficult to land with endings. Endings are difficult. But I felt like this was such an amazing way to end the first game. Because it is first, a return from the journey, a return to the world in terms of the story cycle. But everything's different, and there's a new status quo. There's a new balance is achieved. And it's such a great jumping off point for this new Kratos. And Kratos, maybe aged, fine, he can't die, but then now Atreus is in the picture. So there's another person we can also focus on in terms of a more youthful perspective and possible future. And also, you mentioned about the... Yeah, that. How to grapple with that. But he never fully gave in. And as everything he was telling Atreus, every lesson he was trying to impart to him came from the whole series of God of War and him trying to forgive himself for what he did and also try to atone and try to bring something good into the world for once in his eyes, which was Atreus. Now, of course, there's something to be said about, and it is able for me. It's also able to avoid that. Like it avoids the trope of the parent trying to live on through their child and imparting all those wishes, but there was never any indication of that. The only thing Kratos really wanted for Atreus was simply that line, which is so overused, but I still love, is to be better. It's like, do not be like me. Be better. And that, in the end, he also reminds Atreus, I don't want you to be like me. Do not be like me. To be fair, actually, no, it has been almost half an hour. I started the stream a bit late. I just had to take care of a few things, but thank you, Lichcast. Honestly, I just feel like I'm just repeating myself, and I'm not sure if I have, like, I may have very, in terms of like analysis or critique or whatever, when people ask, well, how did you feel about the film? Or how did you feel about the movie? Like, in the moment after it, I'm not sure if you've heard me say this before, but I'm a very emotional consumer. If you get what I mean. Like, I have a hard time, like, plot holes, maybe missteps along the way, despite having a, it's hard. Like, after getting to the film industry, everything I watch now, part of my brain is always behind the scenes, right? That's hard to avoid. But despite that, my emotions are able to overcome that and just make me enjoy the moment. And by the end of the film, maybe I'm crying or I'm thinking, oh, I enjoy that. But then some of my friends around me are like, dude, that didn't even make sense. Like, what kind of, those shitty plot holes? Like, and what is that? And they're talking about all these things, which I may have missed because, I don't know, I think I'm just focused on the emotions of things. So it's hard for me to really have an analysis in the moment, or the analysis you'd get right after the game, which I guess was in the God of War VOD. It is just raw. But I this is like a weekend of it, and after posting on Reddit about, I had mixed feelings about the Baldur Freya thing. Please help me understand it, essentially. And I'm just so glad because someone on Reddit immediately replied and gave out all those points, which helped me because I had all these details in my head running through it, but they were bouncing off the fact that I was reliving the Kylo Ren Han Solo moment again, and I was missing out on certain details. But the post helped me put things into perspective, remind me that, remember all those details you had in your head. This is how it fits, and it just clicked after I read that post. And damn, yeah, I just needed a weekend to process that. Thank you for that, then, Mother, and thank you for sharing your thoughts as well. Uh, and on the game side of things, someone was on stream also about uh, another God of War fan was also on stream. We were talking about the story and everything, and how well crafted and curated it was, despite having an open world thing. Then the conversation, of course, went into that territory about not everything needs to be like a massive 100-hour open world experience with no rails. And God of War falls under, like, Horizon Forbidden West, Elden Ring, God of War. We were just talking about how that also really helped the story. Because imagine if, also, before coming into God of War, I was actually very worried about the simulated one take. The unbroken shot, the unbroken take. Because how will they be able to sustain that for 50 hours. How they did that was sticking to corridors and partial open air corridors. I think I was telling Lishcast about this. Keeping the the pace, containing your experience to focus it, because it's all about what you see, right? They're already limited by the perspective of the one shot. They could have no cutaways. They couldn't cut away to some other part of the world to flesh out this part of the world. All you had was the perspective of Kratos, and I'm just amazed at how they were still able to implement. I didn't feel like I was totally in a corridor or on rails. Somehow, they were able to open it up, like almost to the breaking point of it getting a bit too tiresome. So, not only was it amazing gameplay wise, and the fact that you had other content to explore, side quests and the like, quality over quantity, really. Like I like given that perspective, they really made a creative decision to we want to give the players a bit of freedom and give them extra content to do, but we can't overstay our welcome. And they were willing to end on that note. They didn't have a Ubisoft checklist of clearing 100 different fortresses and collecting 100 feathers. It was, everything everything here has to serve the perspective of Kratos and the story. So I appreciated that. Okay, fine. Maybe I wasn't very happy about the endgame Niflheim Muspelheim experience. Sure, fine, but that's kind of like post-game content. I wasn't a fan of it because it was literally just challenge rooms and grinding for materials to upgrade your armor, which serves some gamers who were there for the gameplay, which also it was there to highlight the fact that, by the way, we just didn't tell a great story in a really great way. We also have gameplay here to buoy that experience. Here's some challenge rooms to really showcase our combat, not scripted or anything. So that is super great. And segueing into Horizon Forbidden West, I'm also experiencing more value for my time in terms of the open world experience, because they also took a page out of The Witcher and giving me similar God of War vibes now after finishing God of War. Why I'm enjoying Forbidden West so much is because it's literally that. The side content, the side quests, the main side quest itself, they don't half-ass it. It's also fully motion captured, fully scripted, with unique shots and unique content that you want to get to these side quests. And it always informs the main plot, and you're always moving forward. And just like Kratos, just like his experience, it's just a journey west. It's a journey. It's not about the destination, it's all about the journey. And it's one big road trip, and we're here with Aloy. Sure, it's more traditionally told. A lot of different perspectives here, a use of a lot of camera angles, which is fine. The gameplay is great. So far, the gameplay is great. Aloy can be super annoying to me at times, mostly, but I understand where she's coming from. So they don't make her, she's not perfect. And they introduced more of the cast here. Like, contrary to Kratos, we're just stuck with him and Atreus, and that's their only perspective. But here, Horizon, they're able to bring in a bit more color in terms of the cast, and to really, they bounce off each other. So it's a different way of how the story's being told, and, well, I'm enjoying it. Well, I hope people were able to were able to enjoy that little commentary. I did not expect to go there. And hopefully it is worth your time. Or maybe you had some thoughts yourself. Here we are with Forbidden West. Not sure if your lecture's done yet, or but we're gonna talk to Minerva. So what happened in Horizon Forbidden West? I'm gonna have to remind myself because I didn't touch this in a week. At long last, Aloy has found a way to reboot Gaia. Right, that happened. But many questions remain. Where are the other subordinate functions? The loading is so fast on this SSD that I cannot even read the tooltip. No, and thank you, then, Mother, for all your support and getting that follow-a-thon in and just tuning in and giving your thoughts. Like, it really helps to experience something alongside people who also love the same thing. Ah, right, live. We're live. We're actually live now. The thing about like one of my favorite webcomics ever was from Sarah's Scribbles, and it is about coming into a fandom late. So you have here Sarah's character going through this thing, this movie, this game, and you're like, that was amazing. And then this character runs off to go to the fandom party, kicks down the door, decked out, shades on, saying, I'm here to enjoy the fandom, bitches. And it's empty because you were like 5 years late. That's me. That's basically experience for so many things. Like, for example, like I just finished. I just played Life is Strange last year, when in high school, no, sorry, in college, a bunch of my friends kept telling me, "Juan, you gotta play Life is Strange already, please." And only I only played Life is Strange last year. I finished everything. It's like, oh my god, I love Max and Chloe. Oh my, Max and Chloe forever. And then they were like, yeah, yeah, we finished that. Like, back in college, man. Like, I'm glad you finished the game now, but then you're so late to it. Avatar. I only watched The Legend of Aang and The Legend of Korra a couple years ago. I totally missed out on that. And when it came down and kicked down the door, all my friends are huge Avatar fans and we're just, hey, welcome to the club. You're like a decade late. And now God of War. It's like I'm 4 years late, and but I really appreciated people coming in. Like yesterday, it was Rockstar 1999, who was also God of War fan, and then Mother, you coming in for those moments, and just people reliving the experience and just talking about how much they loved God of War and the like. And Royce Collin, welcome. I need to stretch. You're right. So yeah, if we ever get to 150, I was thinking about that. Like, what tabletop RPG would be great? I mean, I'd rather leave it up to you, but there's so many other worlds to experience as well, and it's great. It's a great time to be a creative, a storyteller, and it's super cool. Thank you for dropping by, Royce Collin. We just came through a pretty lengthy random commentary, but we're back in Horizon Forbidden West. I don't know why the volume's a bit low. All right, so back to Aloy and Horizon. Some huge things happen here as well, and we're about to encounter a big turning point in terms of the lore. We are currently at the Eye of the Earth. So the whole thing about Horizon is Aloy's journey to find a backup copy of Gaia, which is an AI terraforming platform, in order to restart the world. Because the subordinate functions have gone rogue due to a mysterious signal. The terraforming has gotten corrupted, literally, and the world, our world, Earth, is dying. So it's a very crucial, it's Aloy's journey to find those subordinate functions and Gaia and reboot it to reestablish balance and order and harmony in the world. So at long last, Aloy has found a way to reboot Gaia. This is great. I was about to say that, Lichcast. Like, I don't know if you can see like the book over here. One of the most beautiful books I've ever seen. That One Ring over there, just reminding me that it's there. Yeah, the new edition of One Ring just came out. That would be like super. Oh, there. Oh man. Okay, top of my mind is this: the new edition of The Wandering. I was able to play a quick. I was able to play a bit of the starter set under Dan, who's also a huge Lord of the Rings fan, and it is interesting. Like a lot of things carried over from 1E, but there's less steps to it. I'm still jury's still out whether I prefer this version or the previous one. But it's other than that, the production values are stellar. There's so much love and care went into making that or writing that product. It wasn't just like a half-assed second edition. They really did well with it. Free League makes a lot of amazing stuff. Free League, right? Free Alagan. They're the ones that published the new edition. Yes, it is. Okay. So yeah, the One Ring is on my mind. That's if we get to 150 followers. That if we get to 150 followers, then Mother will be playing a tabletop RPG game of our choice. You've heard it here. And I think I also retweeted that. But again, thank you so much for that, Den Mother. Like not just me. There's so many other different people with follower threshold and so many different rewards. It's so great that you're doing that. I really appreciate the support. I keep saying that, but it it's something that always needs to be said. I went off track. Yeah, I talked about Gaia. I talked about Aloy and what she's doing. And right now, we don't know where the other subordinate functions are. We were able to find Minerva, and it was a very sad AI moment. So they established the fact before that, which I appreciated here as well. Why I felt more for Minerva was because with Hades, the writers established the fact that these AI developed to such a point where certain impulses are able to give them a simulation of pain or an analog of it. Like these AI were able to experience negative emotions and pain. Like Silence, who is portrayed here by the way by the stellar Lance Reddick. I can never get Zavala out of my head from Destiny 2, Lance Reddick. So he plays Silence here, and he found a way, of course, to like torture Hades and get information out of Hades. So they established that fact first. So now moving forward, you have this in mind. So when we encountered Minerva, who was taken over by corrupted Hephaestus, like we were trying to get to Minerva, but she was literally, it is a literal representation of putting up walls and shutting doors. And you were thinking maybe it's to protect a secret, or maybe it's to, to hurt you in some way because of Hephaestus and the like. But when you get to Minerva, you realize that she was just scared and alone and frightened. Because the signal basically separated all the subordinate functions from Gaia. Gaia was supposed to rely on these subordinate functions, each subordinate AI responsible for certain parts of the world. Apollo was in charge of the repository of knowledge, but Apollo was deleted by Ted Faro, or not Apollo himself, but the repository of knowledge Apollo established was wiped clean, which is why humanity in this era are back to tribal civilization, and a bunch of other subordinate. Hades was in charge of the extinction protocol. Hades was a reset button, which is what you need. In case the terraforming wasn't able to sustain life, Hades would come into the picture, erase, start again. And it just revealed to us that this isn't the second or third cycle. There have been many cycles. So we're just one of many cycles. So it's one of those things. And Hades was there every time to clear the cycle. Floor, back to you, Gaia. Let's start with the blank slate. So, of course, the signal corrupted Hades. And even though this world is now able to sustain life, Hades still saw it as something that needed to be erased. Minerva, back to Minerva, we're still uncertain what. I don't remember what her purview was here. But she was scared and alone, and she was putting up walls, closing doors so we wouldn't be able to reach her core because she was afraid we would get rid of her. But when we were able to talk to Minerva, and Minerva asked us, like, And of course, Aloy said it's a lot to ask, but you may not be you if you return to Gaia, or Gaia will like take over. You know, you'll be gone. And Minerva asked that, like, will this pain end? Will will I lose myself? Will this pain end? Something like that. And then Aloy's like, yes, unfortunately, Minerva, that may be the case. And Minerva said, yes, please do it. So that's really sad. I'd like to think a part of Minerva's still there under Gaia, but that's one rogue subroutine we're able to get back into Gaia, which is enough to restart her. Now we have a base of operations, and now we can move on to searching for the others and basically stopping the death of this planet. Yeah, I've been doing the side quests on stream because off stream, I did some of the side quests and realized, wait, this is worth doing. However, I found out, similar to God of War and other Metroidvanias or other things in the genre, locked doors, man, locked doors, blocked passages until you get a particular tool later in the game. I played a bunch of the side quests on stream, but there were some blocked off paths that it's making me think, I'm gonna go to the main quest until I get all the tools of exploration, and then I'll go back and do the side content, and then catch up and go at it in parallel. It just frustrates me, kind of, when you're going through something, you think you can clear the zone, but there's just one door staring you in the face and saying you got to do the main story and come back here to get that tool. I do not. Are you talking about? Wait. Angela Bassett, she plays. Let me check here. Regala? We encountered Regala once. So we don't know. Yeah, there. Yeah. Angela Bassett, played by Regala. No, we weren't able to get to Regala. We went through the. What scene was that? It is the debut of Regala, and she shut down the thing they were having. Words. Not the convocation. Parlay with the Tanakh tribe. So Regala's debut, crashing that. That is my only experience with Regala so far. But I'm excited to meet her. And where did she get the machines? And why didn't the chief take her out? Or how was she able to take control of the entire, of all the Tanakh tribes? What's happening? So I'm excited for that. But for now, we're dealing with the overarching narrative of what's happening with Minerva. Varl with the second sight. Zoe looking at the plants of this place. This is our new headquarters. Or soon to be. Very Mass Effect. I love it. Even the doors. Look at that. Tell me that ain't Mass Effect. And the holograms and the way they're laid out as well. I feel like I'm back on a Normandy. Love it. Oh, welcome back, Lichcast. That is all intentional. All part of the plan. Great timing.
Okay. Maybe it's time to talk to Gaia.
I'll leave you to it.
Maybe it is time. Varl doesn't want to learn about the secrets of the world. Okay, Varl is the... Oh, Varl and Zoe, the two people here, I think, as far as we can tell, they're the only people Aloy has given a focus to see, the second sight. Zoe's
back already?
Still trying to figure it out.
I might want to look around more first.
Varl...
I'll come with you then.
Oh, yeah, come. Please, let's talk to Minerva together. I swear, it's like Normandy corridors all over again. Right, Gaia, let's talk. Didn't we explore the base already? Oh well.
Hello, Aloy.
Hi. So you're... ready?
Yes. Initialization is complete. All tests show that my heuristic matrix launched correctly and is stable. You must have many questions.
Yeah. But 2 big ones first.
Strangers. I'm betting the strangers are from Elysium. Apparently Lichcast, she was able to find... She's giving it out like candy. Or it seems like that. I think it was in Zero Dawn or here. Right, we found a vault. Sorry, not a vault. I'm just gonna call them vaults. She found a vault of Apollo, which was supposed to be a learning center for the future generations. Actually, that is a pretty dark scene. I love that scene. It is pretty dark. Basically, this is an underground school where the children would be raised and taught using the Apollo archives. And there were a ton of focuses there. So I think that's where Aloy got a whole bunch. She has like a bag of focuses, I think. Like, I think each station, each terminal in that school had a focus. So I think she still has a bunch. They're pretty much like cell phones in the old world. So, subordinate functions.
We're not gonna be able to fix the biosphere without making you whole. I ran a search for your subfunctions at the Hades Proving Lab, but Minerva was the only one I found.
Thankfully, the sensory capabilities of this facility are far more advanced. I will search for the others now. Transmitting query pattern. Receiving.
Did they all just stay in the US?
Of Apollo, Artemis, and Eleuthia, I can find no trace. They are simply gone.
What about the others?
Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon are revealed. They lie within reach, procurable.
And Hephaestus?
It too stands revealed, but it is not like the others.
That's for sure.
In the years since the extinction signal, Hephaestus has evolved. Moreover, it is not confined to a single location. It haunts the global network that connects cauldrons to each other across the planet, making it exceptionally difficult to subdue.
Let me guess. We need it bad?
Correct. Its capabilities are essential. Without it, I can only delay the extinction of life on Earth. Hephaestus is our only hope of a permanent solution.
So we start there?
Unfortunately, we cannot. Procuring Hephaestus can only be attempted after my own capabilities have been significantly enhanced.
Grab the other subordinate functions first, then Hephaestus.
Precisely so.
So, Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon. How do I capture them?
To recover a subordinate function, you will have to travel to its location and find the physical processor to which it escaped. Then, exactly as you did with Minerva, you must use the master override to revert the subordinate function to its original code state.
And then how do I get it back here?
The subordinate function must be loaded onto a data storage device and physically carried back to this facility.
The cartridge your root kernel was stored on?
Yes. Its capacity is limited, so it can only carry one subordinate function at a time. but in all other respects, it will suffice.
Of all the things they could have developed, they couldn't develop a storage device or like a super flash drive. I don't know, Lechcast. Maybe their reach, maybe their connection didn't go beyond the states. But well, Hephaestus had the right idea of going global, apparently all over the world, and of course the 3 unaccounted for. I don't know if it's because they were deleted or they're in other parts of the world that they don't want to reveal yet. But fortunately for us, their Wi-Fi they didn't have internet connection outside of the states, apparently. So all they could do was go within the local network of the states and go west. Still though, like all the way to the west coast, sure, that's a pretty long journey. Yeah, not just the Ethernet cable, but the data storage. Okay, fine. These are super highly advanced AI. I doubt they'd fit in like a flash drive. So canister flash drive it is. Now, who are the strangers?
Maybe you can help me make sense of something. A while ago, I had a run-in with a group of strangers who tried to kill me. They had machine servitors and a clone of Elizabeth Sobek with them.
Yes, this was recorded by your focus.
There's my clone.
Do you know who they are?
The answer to that question is related to the extinction signal that woke Hades, prompting my predecessor's self-destruction.
The extinction signal? Okay, that sounds ominous.
The signal did not come from Earth, Aloy.
Moonbase? Just like Lancer?
The calculations are complicated, but it appears to have originated 81 trillion kilometers away.
Wait, our horizon nated? So it's not the moon.
A distance so vast that light itself requires 8.611 years to cross it.
Okay, so what's so far away and why does it want us dead?
Aliens.
The Sirius star system.
Sirius? But that's where Far Zenith
did make it.
Their ship.
The Odyssey.
Yes, that's where it was headed. But it blew up. Unless... I don't... Why make it seem like they failed? They didn't want anyone to know. They didn't want future humans to think that they were out there. Wait. The strangers who tried to kill me at the Hades Proving Lab? The ones with the clone? Are you saying that they're from... that they're descendants of... Far Zenith?
Yes, that is my conclusion.
Well, I guess now that they are, I guess, a matter of perspective, they are aliens, I guess. I did not expect that. Holy crap. Okay, that is pretty cool. I like that. I was actually gonna be disappointed if it was just, oh, it's Elysium. So Elysium is still unaccounted for. I don't think we've found Elysium yet. Like what happened to the people in Elysium. But Far Zenith. You know, that is in the back of my mind. I was thinking, you know, what if they actually made it? But no, they blew up. And it makes sense. I guess they decided to fake it because they didn't have any faith in humanity, or at least to really restart our civilization on this planet, we have to cut off ties. I don't know. Let's see. But why send the extinction signal? Why come back here? I don't understand. Questions about the Zeniths. Yeah, I didn't know there's a space colony at all. I just know that they kept reinforcing the fact since Zero Dawn, since the first game, that the Odyssey project failed. Like for me, that is just okay. It's failed. This is the only planet we have left. Apparently not. You know, that's this. Sure, let's cut off ties with the remnants of humanity and restart civilization and redo everything, such as colonize the planet again. Yeah, I'm not even surprised. Questions about the Zeniths. Holy crap, there's a lot of questions. The Far Zenith Descendants' plan.
The sole purpose of the signal was to destroy life on Earth, right? Why would descendants of Far Zenith want to do that?
At this point, we can only speculate.
I mean, Earth posed no threat to them. We don't have the technology to get in their way. We didn't even know about them.
True.
Unless... well... could it be that they want the planet for themselves? The strangers I ran into, they were after a Gaia backup of their own. I mean, if they did that... if they booted their own Gaia and boosted her power... until she could take control of Hephaestus. And then the whole terraforming system.
Then yes, the system could be used to do what the extinction signal failed to accomplish. Snuff out life, and then potentially to build an entirely new biosphere. To their specifications.
So they could be trying to do the same thing we are.
But with opposite results.
Extinction. Instead of salvation. Well, this is not good.
Okay, I can kind of guess why they needed Gaia. But something still doesn't add up. Alright, because what they did confirm was Far Zenith, they didn't get a copy of Gaia. They actually stole a copy of Gaia, but our chief of security for Elizabeth Sobek's chief of security was able to catch that and send them a dummy Gaia instead. And sent them, it was basically just a Trojan horse. So they lost Gaia. They lost their copy of Gaia. So I understand how, okay, now our planet is, now the planet we landed on is screwed because we don't have a copy of Gaia anymore. Now we have to get one. But to trigger an extinction here, why? Is that the plot of Pacific Rim? I only watched the first one. How did the Descendants get here?
You said Sirius is really far from Earth.
81 trillion kilometers, or 8.611 light years.
Right. So, how would the Descendants have gotten here?
On a spacecraft much like the Odyssey, though significantly more advanced. The journey from Earth to Sirius would have taken the Odyssey almost 300 years. This appears to have been much faster. If their ship departed Sirius at the same moment the extinction signal first began transmitting, the journey was made in just 29 years at an average of 0.297 the speed of light. If they did not set out for Earth until they learned of the extinction signal's failure, the journey was even faster, a mere 13 years, or 0.662 the speed of light.
Okay, enough. You're making my head spin.
So they're opening up the universe now. Clone. Essentially that. Or yeah, maybe their planet's dead. There's no point to bringing back Gaia to their planet. Yeah, that's probably the simplest explanation. It's like, ah shit, they screwed over a copy of Gaia. We gotta go back and take the planet for ourselves. But why not just, if they're so advanced, why not? Oh, maybe it's faster to just eradicate them with the terraforming system, right? Rather than go to war. Because they were probably already outnumbered, though they do have advanced technology. Yeah, you know, it's probably that. You know, we're gonna sit on our spaceship, we're gonna clean the Earth, and then make room for us. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. The clone.
The Descendants I ran into at the Hades Proving Lab, they had a clone of Elizabeth Sobek.
Yeah, that's a clean
So
way.
that's consistent with the idea that they came here to salvage Zero Dawn technologies, right?
Yes. As your own experience demonstrates, a clone of Elizabeth Sobek functions in effect as a key to the terraforming system.
There's the human key.
But how could they have made a clone?
The Odyssey carried approximately 200,000 human zygotes, millions of animal zygotes, and billions of plant seeds. It is conceivable that Elizabeth Sobek's genetic material was sampled, with or without her knowledge, and carried aboard the ship in storage.
That's... okay, but... I mean... This clone... How could she participate in this? Destroying Elizabeth's dream? It's evil.
It is difficult to know. Perhaps she is loyal to the group and shares their objectives. Or perhaps she is a subordinate and has no choice but to comply with their orders.
Elizabeth Sobek? A subordinate? I don't think so.
Well, I guess in this case, it really depends on how this clone was raised. The signal and other subordinate functions.
The extinction signal didn't just wake Hades. It made every subordinate function self-aware. Why?
I have wondered this myself. So far as I can tell, Hades was the sole target, and the partial sentience imparted to other subordinate functions was incidental.
So the signal could only have been sent by someone who had thorough knowledge of the system, huh?
Yes. The signal's design was exceptionally precise and highly advanced. Were its intentions less malevolent, I would admire the intellect or intellects that produced it.
It's a lot to take in, even for Aloy. Yeah. Traveling at the speed of light, light years, another planet. Clones. Far zenith technology. God. And yeah, they already established, yeah. In Zero Dawn, they also kept talking about how Far Zenith had such advanced technology that even the Zero Dawn project, even Elizabeth Sobek, came to them. Oh, it makes sense. Elizabeth Sobek, her team went to Far Zenith because they had the technology, they had more advanced technology in terms of embryonic storage. That is Far Zenith technology. So perhaps it stands to reason that somewhere along the line she got sampled, whether she knew it or not. But yeah, they kept saying how Far Zenith had this amazing technology.
So if the descendants came to Earth on a spaceship, I guess we can assume that their technology is powerful in all sorts of ways, right?
Yes, as your encounter with them at the Proving Lab amply demonstrates. They appear to make extensive use of robotic servitors. Further, they seem to be equipped with some kind of protective energy field that shields them from harm.
Yeah, no kidding. The one I fought seemed indestructible.
Throughout history, every defensive technology has eventually been defeated by an offensive counterpart. Perhaps a way can be found to defeat their shielding.
Let's escalate.
Yeah, I hope so. Or I'm not going to be winning fights against them anytime soon.
Unfortunately, it isn't like the shields in Dune. Get up close. I was hoping that was gonna work. Get up close and personal and stab him with a spear to get past the kinetic barrier. Apparently here it's impervious to all damage. More advanced than Dune. How did you track the signal?
How did you figure out that the extinction signal came from Sirius?
The key came with data on your focus, from Silent's interrogation of Hades. The duration of the signal itself, 17.22 years.
That doesn't make sense. You said that the signal took 8.6 years to arrive from Sirius. Why would the signal keep transmitting after it was received and you blew yourself up?
Because the sender didn't know that had happened until it received notice from Hades.
Which would take another 8.6 years to get back.
Correct. Only then would the sender stop broadcasting, after a total of 17.22 years. so the duration, halved, gave me the distance the signal traveled. With that in mind, I simply scanned my astronomical database for any relevant location 8.6 light-years away. Because it was Far Zenith's intended destination, Sirius was the only logical source.
Oh shit. Subordinate functions. Subordinate functions you detected.
The 3 subordinate functions that you detected. What do we know about them?
All 3 are relevant to problems currently plaguing the biosphere. Ether is responsible for detoxifying the atmosphere and moderating the weather. Poseidon controls the organic and chemical composition of water resources. Demeter sows, fertilizes, and tends to plant life. If all 3 were restored to me, they would constitute a massive increase to my heuristic processing density. But beware. Their responses to my query pattern were irregular. In human terms, they are frightened, lost, and paranoid.
Like Minerva. They need to be whole again.
Exactly.
I'll use the bathroom really quick. BRB. Alright. Exposition dump. Oh. Missing the missing subordinate functions.
The missing subordinate functions. What can you tell me about them?
Artemis rewilded the Earth with a variety of animal species. Eleuthia was responsible for gestating, nurturing, and acculturating a new generation of human beings. Apollo was tasked with preserving, organizing, and disseminating vast archives of human knowledge and cultural achievements. Unfortunately, all archived Apollo data was purged on the 2nd of February, 2066, by order of Ted Faro.
Pharaoh, huh? I really hate that guy.
Understandable. He appears to have been pathologically narcissistic, impulsive, and unstable.
All 3 of the missing functions have already served their purpose, or were prevented from doing so. Do you still need them?
If attainable, yes. Restoring their remaining elements would increase my heuristic processing density. Unfortunately, I have no way to track them. They have disappeared without a trace.
They're just like, here, side quests. They just basically, here are the main quests you need to do, but if you can, here are side quests to get the other subordinate functions. Yep. I freaking hate Ted Faro. Ted Faro is the reason why the world became extinct. I don't know, actually. I have not seen an indication. I'm just like assuming that's what got. Either, I don't know, maybe DLC or sequels? I don't know. It sounds like she was offering side quests. But I know the 3 definitely. I think there are like 3 biomes you can go to. And those are the main ones. About Hephaestus.
You said you need Hephaestus to save life from extinction. Why?
Every subordinate function has value, but Hephaestus is by far the most important. Only by recovering and merging it can I regain my ability to design and mass-produce new machines at cauldrons across the planet. Only through it can I program new machines and alter the tasking of existing machines to completely reverse environmental damage. Recovering other subordinate functions may buy us time, but without Hephaestus, I cannot permanently stave off mass extinction.
And Hephaestus has already been messing with like what you saw with the Utaru tribe. Why wait to subdue Hephaestus?
Given Hephaestus's importance, is there really no way to capture and merge it first?
I'm afraid that is quite impossible. In my present state, launched and merged with Minerva, I am operating at less than 1/5, 18.8%, of my intended processing capacity. Hephaestus dwarfs this figure. Were an attempt made to conduct the merge under these circumstances, Hephaestus would absorb me, rather than the other way around. A merge cannot be attempted until my heuristic processing density exceeds its own.
And how many subordinate functions is that going to take?
Merging Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon will expand my heuristic network to 41.6% capacity, exceeding that of Hephaestus.
Reinforcement of the main quest. That's it's like, this is my favorite child. Minerva just gave me 1%, but it's pretty sad. How do we trap Hephaestus?
You said Hephaestus isn't located in just one place.
Correct. Unlike the other subordinate functions, which are confined to discrete physical processors, Hephaestus is distributed throughout the global network that connects the planet's cauldrons.
So, when the time comes to subdue it, how do we make that happen?
I do not know. While you are retrieving the procurable subordinate functions, I will attempt to find a solution.
Could Hephaestus help defeat the Zeniths? I was actually trying to pay attention to the planet and wondering what happened to Southeast Asia. I know in this world, I think Singapore's flooded. I think Singapore's under the ocean now. I think they confirmed that. It's probably the same thing happened to the Philippines. Could Hephaestus help defeat the Zeniths?
So, once Hephaestus has been recovered and merged, you'll regain the capacity to mass-produce machines at cauldrons around the world.
Yes, and to program their behavioral routines, or even control them directly.
So could you build an army of machines? Attack the descendants of Far Zenith and take them out?
It is in my nature to take any and all necessary steps to preserve life on Earth, human life above all. So yes, once I have been empowered with the capacities of Hephaestus, I could design, build, and command such an army.
Wait, that's terrifying.
Given the nature of the Far Zenith threat, doing so may be our only option. I must admit, however, that I have misgivings about using such technology to kill, no matter how aggressive the enemy.
That's good. It means you have a conscience. As Elizabeth intended.
Indeed.
Alright, what's our next? Wait, we didn't ask everything about the Zeniths? We already asked her this.
So if the descendants came to Earth on a spaceship, I guess we can assume that their technology is powerful in all sorts of ways, right?
Yeah,
yes,
we already got through this.
as your encounter with them at the Proving Lab amply demonstrates, they appear to make extensive use of robotic servitors. Further, they seem to be equipped with some kind of protective energy field that shields them from harm.
Yeah, no kidding. The one I fought seemed indestructible.
Throughout history, every defensive technology has eventually been defeated by an offensive counterpart. For example, assuming I absorbed Hephaestus and utilized it to create a large force of combat machines. No shielding could withstand such an assault indefinitely.
So there's hope.
Always.
Go to R. The biosphere.
What is the state of the biosphere? Is the terraforming system functioning at all?
In a sense, the terraforming system never stopped functioning. The difference, since my predecessor's destruction, is that there has been no central governing intelligence to monitor its robotic agents and assign new tasks. As a result, errors have accrued, and day by day, the biosphere has gradually veered ever more sharply towards destruction. In recent months, disturbances in the biosphere have become obvious. But these bellwether phenomena offer just the merest glimpse of the complex and accelerating cycles of environmental dysfunction, now driving Earth's biosphere towards collapse.
And you can't do anything to stop it?
If you can return Ether, Poseidon, and Demeter to me, I can improvise modest corrections to parts of the system. Weather will improve. Water will be purified, and rampant plant growth curtailed. But such corrections will not stave off collapse. They will only buy us time. Only with Hephaestus can I design and produce new robotic agents designed to permanently reverse the damage that has accumulated. All efforts must be directed toward that end.
How long do we have? Good question.
How long do we have then?
At present rates, without additional factors, the biosphere will cross a point of no return in approximately 4 months.
And if I gather Ether, Demeter, Poseidon, merge you with them?
We will only gain a few months more.
Well, every bit counts.
Wow, that is a lot. Okay. Let's get started.
I guess I should get going and start bringing back subordinate functions. What can you tell me about their locations?
When my predecessor destroyed herself, the subordinate functions sought physical processors capable of holding them. So in each case you will be looking for a powerful computer of some kind. Ether is the closest, and therefore might be the easiest to acquire. However, it appears to be in the middle of Tanakh territory. My knowledge of that tribe is limited to data I read on your focus, but they seem to have a significant inclination towards violence.
Well, that's a nice way to put it. What about Poseidon and Demeter?
Poseidon has taken shelter in the desert south of this location. My substratal geography data indicates that a major old-world settlement called Las Vegas was located there.
A ruin in the middle of the desert, huh? Strange place for an AI devoted to water.
Agreed. As for Demeter, it appears to be located on the coast to the far west. Unfortunately, I am unable to provide any relevant data about the region. As such, it may be the most difficult to retrieve.
Okay, so 3 subordinate functions to go after. Ether, somewhere in Tanakh territory, Poseidon in the desert, and Demeter on the coast.
Where will you begin?
Level 17, 22, and 24. I mean, obviously I would go with Ether, but I stumbled upon something when I was reading up the tools. People were suggesting you could actually go for Poseidon first because of the tool you get, which is a rebreather. Because I just get tired of losing my... It's just annoying when you lose your breath underwater. So it would be nice to have that for all the other biomes. Especially once we get to the west coast. Yeah. I want to get that. That's a huge quality of life. Because you don't have to worry about holding your breath anymore. It's gonna be a bit tough. Level 22. But hey, we got it. It seems like it'll be a nice challenge.
I think I'll head south. Try for Poseidon.
Understood. Poseidon will now appear as the objective on your focus. Once it is merged, I may be able to detoxify rivers, streams, and lakes associated with the regional watershed.
Water's good.
Though I will require Hephaestus and the control over machines that it offers to permanently stabilize the biosphere. Should you change your mind, you can update your objective via your focus interface at any time. I will also transmit a summary of available data on all of the subordinate functions to you for reference. Is there anything else I can help you with? I know you have a great deal to accomplish.
I do, don't I?
Oh, she's been holding on to Elizabeth.
Is something wrong?
I don't know. It's just that Elizabeth set the bar pretty high. She had a dream for you, for life on Earth, and a lot has gone wrong, and it's all on my shoulders to fix it. Do you think I can do it all? Repair the system, defeat Varzenith, live up to her example?
Absolutely. In her last message, my predecessor declared her unwavering conviction in your success. In you, all things are possible. You prevailed in purging Hades and rebooting my system core. You will prevail in this.
Help of her friends.
Thank you, Gaia. Well, I guess I should get going.
I have unlocked the facility's exits. One leads onward to the west. The other leads back down the mountain to Plainsong, should you wish to return east.
Varl?
Whoa! Gonna have to get used to that. That's you, Aloy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can talk now.
Gaia's opened the exits to this place. Can you and Zoe meet me by the west door?
Be right there.
It must be so cool. But like, oh shit, we can like talk to each other from across distances. Oh, that was a lot. I liked learning about the fact that Far Zenith did not fail. But since we sabotaged their copy of Gaia, that really screwed up their plans. That's why they're back here now to take back Earth. I mean, You try to steal from us. Of course, we wouldn't give you Gaia, but then look what's happened. What is this? Examine Cyclops console.
Gaia, what is this?
It is a control console for a drone-based imaging system connected to this dome. I will transmit the relevant data to your focus.
Huh. So this Cyclops is a network of drones to monitor the deteriorating biosphere conditions. I guess it was meant to display on the dome, but the drones aren't connected anymore. I think I can reconnect some of them already. And it seems like there are more out there.
Yeah, we found a drone.
Drone's reconnected now.
Okay, they're 10. What's this?
Good choice.
It's like the filming of Mandalorian. Oh, we just changed the background. It's like changing Gaia's wallpaper. That's it? Oh, okay, well that's pretty cute. Well, I do want to get the other drones then. I want to change my wallpaper. Yeah, this is how they filmed Mandalorian, essentially. Amazing. Oh! Ah, it's temporary. Well, goodbye.
Hi, Gaia.
Hello, Aloy.
Yep, that's it.
I'll be on my way.
I wish you safe travels.
I'm back, Gaia.
Hello, Aloy. What would you like to discuss?
That's a second variation.
I guess I should get going.
As you say. Be well, Aloy.
I'm trying to live up to your clone's example.
Hey, Gaia. Me again.
Welcome back, Aloy. Where shall we resume?
I'll be off.
Farewell, for now.
Let's go. I appreciate that she gave us voice call technology. Now let's get the Mass Effect ring.
Okay, I need to bring Poseidon back for Gaia. Varl and Zoe are waiting for me by the west exit. But I could head back east first. Check on how Plainsong's doing after the attack. Or I could also look around here some more.
There's a lot to do. I'm just wondering why the quest didn't activate. Explore the base optional? Like, why? We already explored all the parts. Oh, I don't think we've seen this part. Oh wait, this is the part. Right, we've been here.
Gaia, it looks like all the stuff down here connects to the dome. What's it for?
This facility was designed to process an immense amount of data from the terraforming system. This is where it would have been stored. Aloy, you have now visited all accessible rooms of the facility.
I like that. It satisfies my completionist purchase. There's nothing left for you to explore. Don't stress about it. You've seen everything.
Are you sure?
Yes. I think it'll be better this way.
I'm pretty sure she's going back to Plainsong, right? There's a lot to fix after everything.
After you, Aloy.
But I want to talk to you. Wow. Now the game really begins. There it is. The west.
I need to head further west. To, get more of Gaia's components. Make her stronger. You two can stay here in the meantime. Gaia can help get you up to speed. I'm not trying to shut you out. It's like training.
Actually, I'm gonna go back east to get Erend. Bring him here. Look, allies, friends can help. We have a place to stay now. And like you said, Gaia can teach us, catch us up. It'll be okay.
Okay. Take these then.
Oh, focuses.
One to wear, one for backup.
While you're at it, stop by Stone's Echo and look for Milu. Give her a message for Talana that I found a way over the mountains.
Will do.
Oh, that's your
Are
side
you
quest.
going with him?
No. After what happened in the cave below, I want to stay here a while. There is much I need to understand. Maybe by the time you get back, I'll have a thing or two I can teach you.
Looking forward to it. When will you be back?
I'm not sure. But hopefully I'll have one of Gaia's missing components with me.
Be careful out there. Even in Plainsong, we heard how the Tenakth clanlands are suffering from storms, machines, and now Regala.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Good hunting, Aloy.
She does not trust people at all.
The Tenakth clanlands. Somewhere out there's 3 of Gaia's sub-functions. And who knows what else.
So this was the actual open world reveal. You know, each open world game kind of has
It seems
that.
quieter when it snows.
On top of a cliff, and they reveal to you, this is the open world. I guess this. Oh, we're level 19. Not bad. So Poseidon won't be that difficult, I hope. We are in normal difficulty after all. Yeah, she doesn't trust anyone. She's really used to being on her own. Understandable given where she's coming from, but at least Varl's there to say, you have allies, right? Don't do this on your own. But yeah, so that confirms it. She does have that pouch full of focuses. Enough to give each one a main one and a backup. And thankfully, we'll be able to converse with each other now over long distances. Yay, technology. Supposed to go south. Sea of Sands. So we're gonna go back to Las Vegas. It's gonna be like it's gonna be like Fallout all over again. Post-apocalyptic Las Vegas. Here we go. Oh, wait, that's not the square. Forgotten the controls again. Yep. I'm wondering what the rendition of it will be here, though. I do miss Fallout. That is great. Need a Skydrifter Razor Tail. Are my weapons okay? What's the main bow I'm using? Right, I switched back to the Hunter's bow because I got a bit annoyed with the sharpshooter. have to get used to the controls again. I've been playing God of War, and off stream I've been playing Persona 5. So not used to this now. How's Wasteland 3 though? Is that the isometric thing? Kind of, you know, same DNA as Fallout? I was using a sharp shot bow. This is better. Knockdown sharp shot bow. No, this is long range damage. The hard weave sharp shot bow. Put that back. Just have to change your approach. Let's restock as well. I swear, it's such a great quality of life feature. This super stash. Do anything and everything. Don't worry about inventory space. Pretty sure they're gonna fit in some Fallout references once we get to Poseidon. Oh crap, I stepped on an animal. Nice well collected. Ugh, what did I step on? Horned lizard. Well, I'm gonna need horned lizard skins if I wanna make a trap pouch. Sorry, wildlife. Why are these things?
Setting you on fire won't help.
I see scorpions as well. Oh, there's another. That's a rogue kill again. Great American road trip experience, yeah. Another shelter? Ooh, cactus. Crunchy spike stalk.
Make an interesting color for my armor.
Frostbellow black back. Medium-sized transport machine that carries large quantities of volatile liquid on its back, which it uses for its frost attacks to create areas of residual damage. Like a mosquito. That is a lot of machines. It's just a bird. Harmless. Twist them off. Ah, let's go for a tall neck.
Smoke. Could be from the camp. Maybe I should check it out. Some kind of boss room camp? How'd they end up out here?
What are you talking about, Aloy? Oh, there.
Off we go!
That girl was wound up tighter than a twisted spring. She didn't have to hit me.
Well, she didn't like you going through her parcels. She warned you. Twice.
I was just curious is all. There's a lot of odd gear in there.
Well, thanks to you, she bolted like a hare on fire.
Is writing machines a thing now? Because I saw other people doing it right.
We don't know.
Now she's in the wilds, all alone. Forge knows all the things that could kill her out there.
Someone ran off?
I forgot her name. Kept quiet. Couldn't tell if she was shy or scared. All I know is she didn't want anyone near her things.
That's for sure. I was just curious is all. She didn't have to slug me.
Your glass jaw ain't the problem, lugnut. The girl is. All alone in the bush. And this is Tanakh territory.
Which way did she go?
West, up the slope. Look for her if you can.
I will.
Careful now. The girl's maladjusted.
Ass. Signal spy. Well, I'll pick up these quests.
Looks like we have company. Why not rest
I must
for
be
a moment,
closing in
friend?
on the signal.
Oh, Uncle.
You might want to avoid going too deep into the desert, especially the southwest. One of our scouts ran into some nasty Tanakh down there, the kind that contain machines. He barely made it back alive.
Thanks for letting me know.
Ah, rebel camp.
Sounds like the rebels are as friendly as ever. I wonder what they're doing this far out in the desert.
You, what's your sightings? Looking for something. You're looking for a map.
Are you lost?
Spark to steel. Aren't you a jewel in a junk heap?
Excuse me?
Hold the hammer? I know you. You're that Nora. Ha ha! The savior! My savior! Right in the nick of time. The name's Poor Guff Delvesman, chief delver and leader of Poor Guff's expeditioners and purveyors of fine delve wares.
What am I saving you from, exactly?
Death and despair, my steel flame friend. See, this grand expedition here has had a minor setback. Not far from here, there's a secret tunnel. A passage of the old ones, lost and then found. Me and half the crew came through first. The other half was supposed to follow right after. But days later, only one man turned up. Shivering like a frog in chill water. Only thing we got out of him was that death and darkness chased them as the tunnel collapsed. Died with his eyes wide, he did.
I've been to the tunnel's eastern side. The way was blocked by rubble. There was also a body. One of your delvers, I guess, but no sign of the rest of the crew.
Keep your voice down, will you? The rest of the crew's already spooked. They're refusing to press on with the delve until they're assured a way out of here.
You lost half your crew and you're worried about the delve.
We gotta make their sacrifice worth something, right? And besides, now that you're here, maybe our sand-stranded days are over. Help me get that tunnel reopened, and I'll cut you in on the delver's fee. What do you say?
But see, just little things like that. I don't remember going into that tunnel, but apparently we did. Probably for a side quest. She mentions it here. Is a Karja with you?
Was there a Karja traveling with your expedition? A man by the name of Amatus?
We always pick up a few travelers on the road. A Kaja here, Banuk there. Never learn their names, though. They don't stick around long. But I have a scout who might know. Likes the whole getting to know people thing. He's out surveying the area, trying to find some other route out of here. Should be back later, if he doesn't get himself killed.
Right.
This camp.
So this camp, it's your base of operations?
What operations? The plan was to move further south once the rest of the expedition joined us. The delve is right out beyond those dunes. But now the crew refuses to budge until this tunnel mess gets sorted out. They've even given this place a name. Camp Nowhere. I think they're mocking me.
Yeah, I think they are.
Your expedition.
How did you learn about this secret tunnel?
The art of the delve, of course. A delver's only as good as his nose sense for good sights. All right, fine. I heard about 3 Osram who knew a way to bypass those bloodthirsty Tanakh. Tap the untouched delves of the West. So then I may have employed someone with the know-how for finding and following.
A spy.
Look, if the rumors are true, there's enough delving to employ a dozen operations. But someone has to take the first plunge, establish a base camp, set up a reliable supply route, guard the site against machines.
Figures the Ostrom would turn sand into shards, I guess.
Exactly.
And of the shards. About the area. Wait. Is this gray? Yeah, that's gray. About the area.
What do you know about this area?
Well, north of here you got those vicious Tanakh. I heard rumor they drink blood instead of water. That's how they survive this wasteland. And south, it has it all. Death, desert, and the delve. Imagine, if you will, a vast grave of the old ones. Ruins of twisted metal concealed by the sands. All guarded by storms and machines so fierce that you wish you had a flock of glinthawks swooping down on you instead. Not even the Tanakh venture into the ruins' depths. Only the bravest explorers dare enter.
Like yourself?
Of course. Eventually.
So, the tunnel.
I'll see what I can do about the tunnel.
Ha ha! My savior.
For the crew trapped here with you, not your delve.
One and the same.
That it? Over there?
That it is. Oh, and while you're at it, would you mind keeping an eye out for my lockbox? The second crew was supposed to bring the rest of the supplies and belongings. I'd hate to lose it to the wilds. It was hand-carved by my dear old ma.
I'll bring it back if I find it.
I'd appreciate it. Good luck, Still Flame.
There's a Tanakh outpost
Nickname, I guess, for them.
the rebel kind.
They hide all kinds of things. Hear about that stuff in
I'll find this in my stash later.
What is this? Oh, supply cache.
Hello!
Tried to tell Porga this was a bad idea.
Still Flame, what do you need?
See you later, Porgif.
Burn bright, Still Flame.
If I have to eat more...
Something else?
Was there a Karja?
We always pick... Never learn there, but I have a scout. He's out surveying. Should be back.
Right. Time for me to go.
You know where I'll be.
Noticed machine riders earlier.
Couldn't stay away, could you?
Oh, because I want to hear all your dialogue. Goodbye.
I need to be going.
I'll be here.
So is it really 3 for everyone?
Wouldn't mind all this sitting around if I had a...
Couldn't stay away, could you?
Ah, wait, no.
I need to be going.
I'll be here. Something else?
Why is it so white?
Time for me to go.
You know where I'll be.
Anyway.
Pretty sure there's a rebel outpost nearby. Eyes peeled, Red.
So, we're gonna get the tools we need for exploration first, so I don't have to keep backtracking. Let's continue on to find the tall neck.
How goes it, Hammerhead?
And then, Las Vegas. Also glad to get this out of the way first, because
That tall neck looks damaged. I should take a closer look. This looks like Ostrom gear. What are they doing here?
yeah, I want to get the desert region out of the way first, because I'm personally not really a fan of desert regions.
That doesn't look good. I should check it out.
Eye on the prize, scan glyphs. Book, weathered-bound parchment, ink with glyphs. Steel to my soul, fortune favors the bold. We found ourselves one of them tall necks, served up on a platter, all alone in this big, wide, empty desert. Runda's anchor slings are too sluggish to catch them smaller machines, but this dull-hammered fella moves nice and slow. If today's test run goes well, we'll strip him for all he's got and skedaddle back to the claim with more salvage than we can sell. What happened to you guys? Is the tall neck still there? Oh, these are the anchor hooks.
This thing shoots anchors? They were trying to take down that tall neck. The machines must have caught them in the act. I wish there was a way to climb up and inspect the damage. Unless I take the tallneck down myself. Try to repair it on the ground. It'll be pretty, but at least it'll get fixed.
What? I'm gonna have to shoot it? Oh, I'm sorry. I need to heal you.
And I need more anchors. Also, must have set up other ballistas in the area. I just gotta find them. There's probably other anchors set up in the area. I need to find them. Use them to take down that tallneck.
Shoot, there's a machine.
Another ballista. It's got one of the anchors I need. It's about to get loud.
Ow.
I bet a ballista can help me fight these machines.
You get used to dodging. Not getting pierced. difficult to craft explosives here. I need those 3 things down there. These blastlings were pretty crazy in the previous game.
I've already used that ballista. I should look for others in the area.
Yeah, I'm really gonna have to change up my equipment here. Not working out. Lost Hunter. Oh. Fire and acid.
I'll have to hook an anchor to the weak spots in its armor to wait.
It is gonna hurt.
One more should weigh it down enough. Oh, shit. I need to hurry. I'm already attached to me here. I need to look for more in the area.
What? What's this? Good day gone bad. Stock log. Bloody parchment. Glyphs distributed by columns scribbled over by regular writing. Genduf is dead. I killed some of the machines with the anchors, but they slashed me good. If anyone finds this, whatever you do, do not, for spark's sake, no matter how much your steel-headed brain tell you to, mess with that damned, scorched-out tall neck. You've been warned. That's right. Where's the other ballista? Oh, over here? Ah, no, it can't be. Oh, right, it is. Okay, Glyphox to deal with. Sky drifters, I mean. Okay. Down here. Ouch.
That weapon still has an anchor. Let's use it.
One of those things. I'm sorry. Face getting closer. See, each tall neck thing now is its own encounter. Back then, he just climbed it for... He just find a place to climb it. I noticed that each tall neck here is a whole encounter in itself. There we go.
Sorry about this, big guy. But if I can override you, I can figure out what needs fixing.
First off...
Machines incoming! Oh! Sounds like too difficult. I'll have to find another way.
What? Got stuck. Camera got stuck in the bushes. I hope I don't have to do that all over again. Alright, it's down. Thank God. Some potions. How do I reverse that potion? I need vulture feathers for the next upgrades. But crunchy spike stalks though.
I'll keep some extra on hand.
Right, that only revealed part. Spine back to the tunnel, can't nowhere. Alright. Let's go to the Sea of Clouds. Go to Poseidon's coordinates. This is Las Vegas.
aliens got to this one too.
Book, Weatherbound Parchment, Ickman Cliffs. Steel to my soul, fortune favors the bold. Right, we read this one. Feather for upgrades. Oh, peccary bone. Okay, we need a rabbit hide. There, I see. I'm sorry.
This must be the ruins of Las Vegas. Poseidon shouldn't be far.
Las Vegas. Yep, or Fallout all over again.
I said this is where I'd find Poseidon, but the ruins out here are exposed to the elements. A lot of them are buried in the sand. So maybe Poseidon is underground. If that's true, I might be able to find a way down through one of these structures.
Satchel. I'm sensing it's where the machines are. Wait, no, it's further inside. Good job, intuition. We're way off the mark. Get to the heart of the Sea of Sands. This is just the outskirts of Las Vegas. Let's go in.
pouring out of their building. Poseidon's doing? I better check it out. Someone's been through here.
Right, of course. Poseidon will try to get water out of this. What is this? Is this actually in Las Vegas? It's Pagoda.
I should dismount.
Hour of Tears. Thanks, Poseidon. Drone. I like that next time. Hey, people! Stemmer and Abaddon. I don't know how I know your names with the focus, but hey. Obtain all weapon classes. A bolt blaster, a powerful weapon that can quickly fire bursts of projectiles. Hold R2 to charge the weapon for a concentrated, more accurate burst. Bolt blasters must be manually reloaded. Due to its size, some evasive maneuvers are slow. It's like a shotgun, I guess. Spark among Osram inventions, this weapon fires rapid bursts of bolts. It can be upgraded to handle explosive bolts and increase the chance of landing critical hits. Damn. What should I replace this with? I already have an explosive blast sling. I keep forgetting to use my explosive tripcaster. Rope casters. Forget about crowd control. Let's try it out. So one tap. That. If I hold it. Huh. Slower rolls. Interesting. It was fun, but how do I reload? Square. It's like Monster Hunter. Still learn to use my other weapons. I need this for crowd control. My melee weapon. My melee bow would be this for effects. Explosive blast sling, and I know what I can do. Make sure I get a sharp shot bow for opening. I can keep the hunter bow in reserve here. And rely on this for my elemental effects. Acid and electricity. This is just acid. We need fire. This doesn't give any elemental effects, Problem is, these elemental ones don't deal much damage. So when we're in the thick of combat, my sharp shot bow kind of is useless. Takes too long to draw, less accurate when I'm moving. Maybe we can just go with melee. Alright. Yeah. DRB. Right. Let's go see who these people are. The detail as well. I'll run under this water. And wet skin.
Camping gear.
Well, I guess you're gonna loot it, Aloy. This is an icon.
Looks like there's something behind that tarp.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
I almost had him. I was so close. To drowning, maybe. Not to the embers. Morlun, it's over. Well, not for me, it's not. Then you're going to die. Alone. Because we're not sticking around to fish out the corpse. We're through.
So the visionary's fate hung in the balance. Would he choose life, or succumb to deadly delusion?
Hello. So, there's an ancient city under the sand, but it's flooded.
Suddenly, a Nora spear maiden appeared.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're not typical Delvers. That's for sure. What's this?
I call it a diving bubble. This is the Mark 1. The Mark 2 was better, but it got stuck halfway down. Air tube snagged.
You went down in that.
Yeah, I hardly expect a layperson to understand.
Because that's pretty smart.
I'm sorry. May I remind you, you got stuck inside and nearly drowned.
It'd have to be portable, though. Machine kneecap, maybe?
Well, you'd need a filter.
Synthetic membrane would do it. With a hose to a compressed
air capsule. Hammer and tongs.
What is this? What is happening here? What? Get over here. She's a stranger.
Yeah.
You got a name?
Aloy.
Moreland. Not a stranger anymore.
You're a damn fool.
Come on. I got the original schematics over here.
Oh,
well, this is a
well, hold on. Just a couple of questions first.
Fair enough. Partner?
Partner?
Don't mind him.
Well, I guess Aloy was able to suss it out. She observed them first, realized these people are probably not a danger. But, wow. I don't know. Let's connect over tinkering stuff. Why are you here?
What's so important down there that you'd risk your life?
Well...
Moreland, I'm not interested in salvage, okay? Whatever you find below is yours.
Well, all right. Then what if I told you we were delving for the most spectacular treasures ever scribed by man or maid?
I'd say get to the point.
No nonsense. I like it. Behold, an ember.
A Pokeball.
Looks like a piece of junk.
Well, now, yes, but with a proper spark. These magnificent creations of the old ones paint mesmerizing pictures in the air, and the ruins below us are full of them. A feast for the eyes beyond description. Just as my old Gramps promised me.
Oh, grandpa connection. Grandfather? Actually, yeah, she found nerds. Like, you're a nerd too? Oh, we're totally fine. It's not true, Aloy. I want to salvage. I needed to upgrade our stuff. Grandfather.
How did your grandfather discover these embers?
He was here. 40-odd years ago. He was one of the first to lead a delving party into the West. He discovered the ancient city around us, plumbed the depths of this very structure. He found the hollow underneath and the glowing embers all about. Took as many as he could and brought them home. He always wanted to come back and get more, but, well, he never scraped up the shards. What he really wanted to do was use the embers to put on a show. One unlike the world has ever seen.
Sounds like quite a guy.
He was a true delver and a true showman. And I miss him. But I will do him proud. I will gather the embers and put on a spectacle that would have amazed even him. With your help, of course.
So wholesome. What happened?
So what exactly happened down there?
It was a delve like no other. A chance to follow in my old Gramps' footsteps. Beneath this structure here is an enormous hollow, a dome protected from the sands. We built this elevator here to ensure easy egress and exit. It's quite a contraption, actually, and not so easy to...
Right. Again. What happened?
At the bottom, we beheld the treasure my Gramps first discovered. Painted images in the air of every description. Dancing women, and games, and coins, and promises of jackpots. I don't know what that is, but it's gotta be good. But then, something went wrong. The images turned nautical. Waves went through them, even fish. It's like a strange underwater dream.
Poseidon's dream.
Yes. Well, suddenly there was this terrible rushing sound, and then an explosion of water erupted from the floor.
Explosion of water?
So water just shot up from the floor and filled the place up?
It was a raging flood unlike anything I've seen. We ran like forge fire and barely made it up the elevator as a wave just crashed beneath us. Shaken, but not stirred, I built the diving bubbles Mark I and Mark II. I tried the descent in each, but I nearly drowned both times. Abaddon's beside himself. He thinks I'm insane. But I can't give up now. I've come too far. And the embers are just barely within my reach.
Well, maybe I can help.
Yeah. Maybe you can.
Your friends? What, embers?
So these embers project images?
Paintings of light. It's amazing stuff.
Las Vegas holograms.
This one showed the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, beckoning all to a buffet of lobster and succulent beefs. I must have watched it about 100 times as a child in my old Gramps' workshop.
What happened to it?
Over time, they die out. I cried the day that this one's light faltered. But there are many more below, as you'll see if you get down there like I did and my old Gramps before me.
He keeps it around, even if there's no more battery. Yeah, her interactions with the Oseram are usually like this, which is what I do like her interactions with the Oseram. Just the we'll see how she deals with the other tribes. I mean, we've already seen how she dealt with the Otaru. Your friends?
You guys don't seem like average delvers.
We're not really delvers at all. We're showmen.
Oh.
Like performers?
You're Nora, and thus unfamiliar with the arts.
Well.
We stage spectacles all around the claim. Stemmer tells stories, which I augment with all manner of sounds and fireworks, and Abaddon, he, well...
Complains?
He handles the money, which amounts to about the same thing. When we delve, it's to find gear for my theatrics. Which makes this delve the most important one of all.
You need that guy. I mean, you need an Abaddon. So I appreciate that they put Abaddon in here. I can totally relate. Can't I swim down? You know, it's typical. It's like, guys, we don't have money. Like all these things you want to do, you can't do this scene like this. We need money. Can't I swim down?
How deep is it? Can't I just swim down?
Only if you have gills. You can stack 50 kegs in that shaft.
Leave it to the Oseram to measure something in kegs.
Talking liquid depths, I'd say it's apt.
Apt or not, sounds too deep to hold my breath.
Hence, our new invention.
Yeah, give me that tool. I want to explore other things. Well, the Oseram here measured in kegs, I guess. The whole of Eorzea measures in Lalafells. Because a yam is as tall as average height of a lalafell or something. I don't know if that is a joke, or if that is true. I'll get the parts.
I'd better get after those parts.
There's a fully intact compressed air capsule in the Mark II, but like I said, it's stuck in the shaft.
If you made it back up alive, I should be able to swim down that far.
All right. As for the other parts, Stemmer scouted a herd due south of here that should have what we need.
I'm on it.
Great. I'll come back when you get the gear. Good hunting.
It's also a great change of pace for the Oseram, because all the Oseram we've seen so far, they're all obsessed. You know, stereotypical dwarven behavior of, you know, go delving for riches.
We were finally going to get away from this place.
Well, good thing that Aloy showed up. We'll see.
The longer their sojourn in the desert, the crustier the shard counter's mood became.
I mean, they are delving for a certain kind of riches, but it's different. I like it. So, what do you have? It looks like a bar. What is this? An Asian-inspired bar, nightclub, or something?
We'll find a way to get the embers. I know we will.
Optimism! It's great. Right up until the point you stumble into a machine's jaws.
Pessimism. It may save your hide, but it'll never save your spirit.
Once again, the shard counter found he had lost the war of words.
I'll stuff a cog in it, Stemmer.
Stemmer sounds like he believes he's like a narrator in Red Dead Redemption. So they rode off into the sunset, never looking behind, no regrets in their minds.
The parched desert air made the old wordsmith long for a draught of mainspring ale.
For once, I agree with you.
Sounds cold beer in this weather.
According to Moreland, the herd should be south of here.
Also the music. Oh, it's so nice. Alright. Oh wait, I want to talk to the others. Abaddon and Steph.
Probably get a guest list of 50. So we'd need
Cover the cost?
at least 3 dozen kegs. Brown ale, maybe. No. For him, scrapper sap.
Are you planning a party?
Budgeting for Moreland's funeral. Thanks to you. I was this close. We were gonna move on. Leave all this nonsense behind, and you come along and you spark your wet noodle idea.
It's going to work.
I've heard that before.
There. Oh my god. Yeah. I was wondering that. I was thinking, is it just their outfits? Or is it their diet? I think it's their diet. And a combination of both. Because they are based on fantasy dwarves, right? But they found a way, I guess, with the attire plus their diet. So they generally look like this. Moreland.
So, how does someone like you end up working for someone like Moreland?
I work with Moreland. We got 3 equal claims in this venture. I saw one of his early shows. Back when it was just him and his inventions. Works of flame, lights, and shadows, all kinds of gizmos. Never seen the like. But the man is all spectacle. No sense. Bleeds shards like you get the idea. Without me to handle the finances, his dreams would be sunk. More sunk. Wish we were back in the claim. Plenty of normal shows to do without the salvage from this blasted place.
And yet, you're here, in the middle of the desert, delving for his dream.
It was a good one. But sometimes, a dream has to die.
Marlon's dream.
This dream of Morland's
is going to get him killed.
Let's say it doesn't. What happens after he gets the salvage down there?
Then we put on the greatest show the world's ever seen. We'll have special seating, premium ale, the works. Morland will do his light spectacle thing. Stemmer will get their eyes a-sparkling with his tales, and I'll be selling tickets. It's a nice thought, anyway.
Morland mentioned you were showman.
What? An ostrom can't be anything other than a delver, tinker, or drunkard? Okay, sure, we are delvers too, but that is not our main source of income. Mostly, we go town to town, putting on shows.
These shows, what are they? What happens at them?
Tales and spectacle. Morland's got the technical know-how. Builds all manner of inventions, whirligigs of light and sound, cannons that shoot fire, and showers of sparks, and Stemmer
keeps them enthralled. Tales of adventure in the smoothest baritone.
This voice actor's so familiar.
Yeah, that.
And you?
Me? Who do you think handles the financials for the whole blasted thing? Those two might have the sparks, but do you think they know their way around shards? No, they don't.
Matt Reedy. What else was he in? Hollywood to Rose. Huh. Well, he does have a nice narrator voice. The Dell.
So Morland was down in this ancient city, and...
The three of us went down below.
You?
I can delve, too.
Right. And, then what happened?
What do you think? Water rushed in, we ran. And Morland built that blasted thing. Nearly got himself drowned. Twice. You want the finer details of his stupidity? You go ask him.
I was about to Google it as well. It's like in my head, I'm gonna Google this man's voice. Very, very classic narrator voice. I love it. Trade.
I'm always willing to engage in some commerce.
Alright, what you got? Ooh. Very rare weapons. What kind of... Huh? Light arrows? Okay, that's new. What is a light arrow? Punch... packs a punch and are well suited to stagger and knock down targets. Ooh. Ice Storm Boltcaster. Frost Plasma and Shock. It's about getting your loadout fixed out so you get these elemental affinities. I'm still figuring it out, but this... Ah, crap, I can't even get it. I need the Bellowback Circulator. And you need the Rockbreaker Circulator. So, these regions... machines, got it. The Osram armor. I actually like the look of the Osram Explorer outfit. I'll check it out. Right. Oh, thank you.
I'll leave you alone.
Do us a favor. Leave us all alone.
understandable. Almost died. Stammer.
The stout-hearted huntress approached. Her appearance as sudden as a spark of destiny, when the delve was at its direst.
That's, quite the introduction.
Maybe a little internal rhyme instead. A maiden arose from the very sands that bore our woes. Nah, too trite.
What is it with you and all the... words?
That's what I do. The stalwart storyteller gazed upon the maiden with well-earned pride in his life's work. Stemmer wordsmith, at your service.
Thank you for those redemptions then, Mother. The cat chair, we're currently cleaning it, but there's a little cat behind there. Oh, crap. Sorry about that, I'll just drop the controller. But yes, I do need to hydrate, and the cats do need some pets. You know what's super really appreciate about Maya over there is that she actually responds to her name. It's like having a superpower. Yeah. Thank you for responding to your name. You know, cats aren't exactly known for like responding to their name. They outright ignore it. You keep falling for it. Maya. Like, yes, I acknowledge you. You're saying my name, yes. Now feed me, pet me, give me attention. Essentially, Maya. She's so clingy. But in my heart of hearts, I believe they do know what their names are. They just don't respond. Well, Passion can literally not hear me. So give Passion a pass. She's sleeping right now. Like nothing disturbs her. I got cat hair in my mouth. I'm really loving this. This quest line right now is just hitting all the beats that I love. Storytelling, showmanship, theater, and the Osram are cool anyway. So just everything. And Aloy is just here, just like also looks like Aloy's pretty impressed and just listening to their stories. You know, it's not about like I will show you I will enlighten you in your ignorant ways. This is just Aloy helping out a bunch of showmen who have a dream. And this one already snags you in when he brings up his grandfather and the legacy there. And how I love what they did with the producer here. You know, of course, he was coming from somewhere. You need someone to manage the shards, but like, why are you here? Then I believe in the dream as well. It's great. I like these three. You're storyboarding Den Mother? Oh my god. That's so exciting. Your friend's the artist? Wait, storyboarding, but are you writing it as well? Let us know when this comic comes out. Is it gonna be like, is it gonna be published, or are you just putting it up on the web? So this is Stemmer. He has a great voice. He is the storyteller of this outfit.
How did you end up following Moreland out here?
Bright-eyed Moreland held his dreams aloft like a burning candle. And where that light went, the hearts of men were sure to follow.
So you admire him?
Admiration is but a gentle fire. It's the spark that delvers and tinkers and rogues alike are sure to warm to.
Okay, guess that answers something.
More than admiration. It's a shared dream. That is so cool, Den Mother. National Book Board. Oh, okay, you're pitching it. Well, best of luck with that. I'm so curious about what this is, but I would understand, of course, if you can't share it right now. But yeah, I'm gonna stay tuned for that, and I do hope they consider it. Dark fantasy, or dark comic fantasy. Abaddon.
Your friend over there doesn't like me too much. The loud one.
The old bean counter has the personality of a moss-eaten rock. But oh, what a wicked mind for money. And a memory as long as life, or even the smallest debt.
By that, he means he owes me shards. 147, to be exact.
But as sharp as he was in things pecuniary, he had a dull forgetfulness for how many times a certain wordsmith saved his hoary hide.
147! 147.
Wordsmith?
What exactly does a wordsmith do?
Like a tinker at the forge, a wordsmith hammers out words to entrance all who hear them. The young, the old, and frequently, the inebriated.
I didn't take the Osram for storytellers.
Now, they say the only thing makes a cold brew go down easier is a tale of times gone by.
But it's always best to hit the road before the keg runs dry.
Why's that?
Oh, well, the Osram can get mighty agitated if they run out of drink, or if they don't like your story.
We truly are in Las Vegas in America. Okay, got a name. Katahum. Does it mean something in dialect? Ooh. Identity, madness, and encanto. And that is one way to really sell it. Is your submission coming up soon? And what exactly happens? Let's say the National Book Board gets it. Oh, Cebuano, meaning beauty and queerness. Oh, awesome. That is a great title. Oh man, that's exciting. And hey, whatever you're coming up with or writing, that could just inspire all sorts of other things as well. Like, wouldn't that be an interesting setting for a TRPG? Inspiration from everywhere, right? Dangerous trade? Oh. Ah. So happy for you because I understand that feeling. That is a great feeling. I had more of that. That burst, right? You just can't stop. Just keep going. Like I have to be writing for a certain project. I haven't been able to make much progress, but eventually, like, I'll get it done. Hoping for more of that burst. But it is also discipline, right? You have to keep writing even if you don't want to. You have to keep practicing it. Just one thing, of course, I keep telling myself, but I can never really follow through. We can't always be waiting for that burst of inspiration, but when it happens, it is beautiful. CTLs? Or what is that? Hall of... No, not... Anyway, Habol involving Encantos. Huh. You know, one thing, like, I appreciated being able to play under... like, Ivan was able to run that one shot for Sinauna for us. And I have to admit, like, of course, I was pretty... Oh, Changing the Lost. I see. Like, I felt... How do I say this? I felt like an outsider coming in. Because as part, you know, my lived experience being out of touch with our own local mythologies and local lore, you know what? They may have padding. It really may be the outfits. Perhaps as a representation of how, you know, of healthiness, robustness. Perhaps that follows into their delving. And protection. Protection for delving. Yeah, you're right. It is a lot of padding. Even the armor of Aloy, the Osram armor, there's also a lot of padding. It makes you kind of look chunky. It's padded armor and protection. Oh, they're fluffy people. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I was able to appreciate it a bit more, and also to come to terms with myself, just admitting that I just didn't know much. I don't know much about Encantos. I don't know much about our local mythology, because I was just raised on a lot of Western media. And I have a terrible Tagalog accent as well, though I do understand. And it's just hard for me to communicate in Tagalog and also experience that vibe of, you know, it just felt out of place. But it is still a good experience because I'd love to learn more about it. Yeah, and there's just so much potential for it. So if that comic ever comes out, I'll be interested to look into it as well. And also, of course, TRPGs it's a great way for me to... Of course, I need to look at outside sources to really learn about it, right? But being able to share that experience with other people and learn from them as well is a great experience. Like, I knew nothing much about Arthurian mythos, save for, of course, Excalibur and the Sword in the Stone and Merlin and whatever. But getting into the nitty-gritty of it and actually playing and interacting with some of the characters, it's almost like the early days of Assassin's Creed, that feeling of jumping into the Animus and interacting with these mythical figures. In Assassin's Creed, it's interacting with historical figures, and it is just such a fascinating experience to learn that way. I also super enjoyed the tours, the virtual tours they included in Origins, Odyssey, and now Valhalla, because you can actually treat it like a virtual museum, and they get a lot of consultants and narrators to teach you about the history of the world. And I love that feature of the Assassin's Creed games. So I just love learning through play. So I do need to get myself into more games like that and experience it more. Sinauna was such a great thing. In fact, I subconsciously created a character descended from Aswang. From the options there, I just rolled for it, and coincidentally it arrived at that. And my flaw as my embodiment of wrongness, which is a requirement if you choose like the Aswang ancestor, is the disregard for the spirits. Like, I thought this would be an interesting conflict to have, bringing it into a world like this. And since spirituality was such a highlight in this campaign, in this one shot, it opened up a lot of interesting conflict and dialogue, and us really talking about, like, you know, the depths and power of spirituality as a cultural force, and also how it can in itself also be an obstacle in terms of what we perceive as progress, or what they need in terms of saving their land. Like, what are you willing to give up, or what needs to bend for you to save these people? Or does anything need to bend at all? And it's reminding me as well of how the journey here that we're going through right now with Aloy. Now, while a lot of... there's just a bit... okay. We've mostly encountered a lot of extreme beliefs to the point that it was harming the tribes. We've encountered too much of that. I think they need to balance it out with more of stuff like this, you know, simply beautiful culture, beautiful Osram culture and showmanship, and how they deal with the world of theater. I'd love to see more of that as well, and the positive nature of these tribal societies. But so far, all we've been getting are the depiction of the ignorant, benighted masses, of the people who don't understand machines, and therefore their beliefs are getting them into trouble. So their beliefs getting people into trouble. That is a conflict that comes up here a lot, and also a conflict that I enjoyed grappling with in Sinauna. And it is just a one-shot, but my character, with that embodiment of wrongness as an Aswang, is also trying to fight against that. And it was coming from a personal point of view as well, since I'm so unfamiliar with my own culture. It felt almost like coming back home, or at least I couldn't even treat it as my own home. And I also had concerns like this. I remember bringing up a question like it in Session 0, which is a great event, by the way. I'm looking forward to the next one. Asking the question about that commonality we have with a lot of post-colonial countries, especially in Southeast Asia, of not being enough of a certain nationality, or not being enough of a certain blood. It's like, you know, I've already experienced discrimination and walls being put up for, one, how I look, immediately for them thinking, especially with a lot of Chinese resentment growing over the years, two, having an accent whenever I speak in Tagalog, making them think that it's like I'm not really taking the effort to get to know them. That's the instinctual response. And three, like, basically that, the language barrier and my surface appearance. It makes me feel like I'm not in either world, because on the Chinese side of things, they speak in Hokkien, and I'm just like blank-faced, like the parents of my friends, and I don't understand. I don't speak Mandarin or Hokkien. And then they look at me like, huh? Call yourself like Chinese Filipino? Of course, they don't say that, right? But it's implied. It's like, you don't know what we're saying. Or like, you're going out with a Filipina? I swear to God. No, I'm thankful that my parents are liberal, and I never had to go through that. But in the periphery, with my more traditional-minded Chinese Filipino friends and families, it is always the unspoken glare, or the judgmental stare. You know, but over time, I've come... Yeah, the thing is, Lich Castle also, it's like... Yeah, understandably, but I just feel guilty as well, because I did grow up here. I just grew up very sheltered and insulated. Yeah, right. And then it's the power of language and communication, because instant bonds are formed when you cross over that. Like, my work as an assistant director is so difficult. I always need a second assistant director who is in tune with, either Tagalog or Cebuano, wherever we were shooting, or Bisaya. Those are experiences so far. But I always needed a second assistant director who knew the language and could communicate with the background players and the extras and the crew, etc. Like, it was so difficult to run the set because I always had to keep translating. It got to a point where I need to just drop these pretenses. I cannot learn the language right now. I will just speak in English and speak my mind and have myself be translated, which is fine. That's a bit selfish on my part. Like, they tried to communicate with me in English and I feel bad for them for that. So all of these things, language, culture, the intersection of everything, just being a mix of all of these, but neither being able to interact with any of them. And about language, like when my friends meet a Chinese Filipino parent for first time, or a Chinese parent, and then they respond in Hokkien, immediately snap. You see the approval, you see their eyes light up, you see them suddenly, their body language shifts, and then they fully engage you. And then it's totally fine. It's like, you Chinese, you speak my language, you good. Then, total opposite in my case, where it's like, oh, you don't understand, that's too bad. Moving on, I'm gonna talk to someone else. And you just cut off that barrier. You just put up that barrier. So it's unfortunate, but I see. Yeah, you mentioned this then, Mother. And yet, you're able to stream and weave these stories and communicate and bring them out. And that's really what matters. Like, one of the things I really get upset about is when people think your language or your lack of knowledge for a certain language or the way you speak a language is reflective of your actual intelligence and creativity. We get that a lot here because of the post-colonial mentality that if you speak English, you're smarter or an elitist. Double-edged sword. And if you speak Filipino and the dialects, you are nationalistic, but also lesser. It's terrible because they think it's like intelligence, like, it's like English is smarter, Filipino isn't. And it's like, no, you're talking about your own countrymen that way, but if you go abroad, this is where it really highlights your post-colonial mentality. You see all those other Europeans, especially white Europeans, who are speaking with an accent. You don't make fun of them. Like, they're trying to speak English and it's broken and they have an accent and they'd rather be speaking French or German or Spanish. You don't fault them for speaking their own language. You don't fault them for their broken English. In fact, a lot of these people praise them, like, oh, they're so cute, they're trying to speak language. Oh, that French accent, it's so hot. I'll never forget, I think it was John Arcelia, he was talking about it when we went to the Mind Museum. And I think someone brought up the question about, look, I understand learning your language and appreciating your language is definitely, it's ought to be encouraged. And I truly believe in that and the appreciation of it. But to equate that to your knowledge level and superiority or inferiority, like, I think basically John Arcelia in that talk was basically saying that, if people are making fun of you for speaking English, and yet you're trying to make an earnest effort to communicate with them, he was just speaking out against that. And I truly believe that. Like, just because I'm speaking in English doesn't mean I'm trying to put you down. Like, I'm just trying to communicate. And I'd love to communicate, but you're bringing in all these other perspectives in and putting me in a box. Yeah, and it's about adapting, right? Like I could just complain about this all day, but we have to adapt to our circumstances, and I've had to, of course, really try that. And as long as you work well with them, and it's been fine. I've already received comments from people that they did really enjoy working with me, and I really appreciate that. Of course, they just make fun of me in the usual ways, like, "Oh, you're Chinese, you must have so many cars. Like, you don't need a pickup, right?" And this really happened. They say that, "Okay, we're talking about the service for picking up people during this call time, but Mikey, you probably don't need one because you have so many cars, right?" I'm like, "What? No, I'm gonna take the service because, you know, it's that, right?" And yeah, but they treat it as a joke. They think it's a way to that's their way of trying to break down your barriers. You know, they lay it on thick, and they make fun of your accent. They make fun of you trying to not understanding Tagalog. They make fun of you being Chinese, or they kind of try to confirm you're not mainland Chinese, right? And then once you get past that barrier, it's like, okay, you're not mainland Chinese, but are you like rich Chinese Filipino? They just try to it's just so freaking annoying. But that is their way of trying to be buddy. You know, that's the culture that you've had to adapt to. As much as you like want to try and change it, it's like it's hard. The entire crew is like that, and you gotta, what's that term for it? Pakikisama, or just rolling with the punches. Which is fair game because they expect that of them as well. Then they make fun of each other and everyone's hunky-dory and it's fine. As long as you work well, you're not, and it'll shine through anyway. They over time they realize throughout the whole shoot that this person is not, and this was also from not just one shoot but multiple shoots that I would be speaking. Like at the end of it, I would receive comments like, "Oh, I thought you couldn't rough it," or "I thought you wouldn't be able to handle it, because I thought you were such some like prissy rich kid who doesn't speak Tagalog." I do speak Tagalog, but you get what I mean, like not as well. Like I'd receive those comments at the end of these long shoots, for them trying to compliment me, but it just highlighted the fact that I had to prove myself in the moment of trying to, you know, break down those barriers and say, "No, I'm gonna ride with the service like everyone else. I'm not gonna have I do not want preferential treatment. I can rough it out with you out there. I'm not gonna complain about our living conditions here. Like, fine, I don't know how to ride a motorcycle, so I'm gonna have to hitch a ride with one of you guys, but anyway, it's just a lot of cultural barriers I have to jump through as a mix of all of these cultures and not knowing any of it. So I feel like an imposter coming into games that try to highlight our own culture, whether from the Chinese side, the Filipino side, or the Spanish side. It's just but, you know, culture's a living thing. There's never really one pure, genuine, pure-blooded. Purity tests are terrible. Culture's a living thing, language is a living thing, and we just have to learn and adapt and respect each other and figure out where we stand in things and accept that multifarious nature of ourselves. Like when people demand purity tests and say that you're not Filipino enough to appreciate this game, you admit that, yes, I don't know much about our culture, but I'd love to learn more about it. Oh my god, Lichka. Sorry, I just saw that now. Yeah, that's my habit. It's like, I feel sorry that I'm sorry I don't speak much. That was the first thing I said when I was getting into the Sinauna game. Because we wanted it to be a challenge for ourselves, and we were saying, yo, we're gonna try to do this in Tagalog. And I'm like, I'm sorry guys, my Tagalog's gonna run out at some point. And at some point I did give up because I just couldn't communicate my intentions properly. And I felt bad about that. And I was apologizing for that. But, you know, the others, they're kind about that. They're saying, no, it's fine. It's super hard. They had a hard time themselves being formal in Tagalog in a roleplay setting. Like, I don't know. It was a surprise to everyone of how difficult it was. I still think about that. Like, for them who speak who have an easier time communicating in Tagalog, it was such a challenge for them to roleplay and GM in Tagalog. That is very curious for me. Like, was it the fact that we were pressuring ourselves to be formal in terms of the whole medieval fantasy, quote unquote, medieval fantasy setting or pre-colonial setting? And how today our communication, how we communicated Tagalog is just so different from how we imagined from back then. Oh yeah, then mother, you gotta watch out for the intonations. One little thing changes the entire meaning. And you have to step around that always. And you had a Lola who spoke Fukien, Kapapangan. We move around, conservative culture, especially broken families and those who don't have a stable home. Yeah. And this partial knowledge can work both ways. You could get people who appreciate that you're trying with that partial knowledge, or at least you know some of it. But there's some who can double down and say that's even worse. Like, you know some of it, but you don't know all of it. Which for some people is worse in their eyes. And then having to put in the extra effort for that. Like, the little you do know, then you'll have to justify to them that no, I'm not appropriating your culture, or like I'm not claiming to be an expert. Like, you always have to put those, you always have to elaborate about your current level of culturedness. Yeah, and yeah, Lichcast, that. And you're right, it wasn't just that. It wasn't just with the playgroup. You're right. The formality, straight, formal Filipino, like, just it's so challenging. And yet it's for people who primarily speak in Filipino, it's just totally fine communicating with each other. And then it's a whole other level when you try to go formal. I guess it's very similar, we can speak English casually and write English casually. But when you get into another language, or the nuances of maybe what is it? Like formal writing, academic writing, etc. It's a whole other ball game. So I guess it's similar challenges. Yeah, it's just a reality you've had to live. But I'm glad that I was able to participate in more circles that were openly accepting of mixed cultures, and it was also very heartening. Like, I asked that question in session 0 about like not being enough of a certain culture and what kind of authority that gives us. Like, a lot of people say that, for example, let the ethnic minority group write that story. Don't let the white person write it. Like, that's totally fine. But then I open up the question about, what if I don't know? What if that scholar knows more? What if that white scholar knows more than I do? Like, that person wouldn't even, let's assume this person is respectful. The scholar doesn't claim to be an authority on it, and he consults actual people of the ethnic group. It's like, I feel like they're more capable of writing the story than I am. Like, what gives me the right? So that one of the imposter syndrome of not being able to write that story. So if people come to me and they say, hey, can you write the Chinese Filipino story about like your lived experience? I'd feel like I don't have the authority over that. Like, other people would, not me. Because I don't know much. But it is also surprising that a lot of people also felt the same way. Like, especially the people in New Zealand, when they're caught in between, the Maori, and they had a term for the European descended New Zealanders. They have a term for it. I forgot what it was, but they had that. And then it's all mixed up, and how do you reconcile yourself with that? And what I noticed when I went to another talk where it is exactly that. It is New Zealanders talking about their lived experience and whether they're Maori enough to do something, or are they too white. And it is a breath of fresh air to actually see a lot of the European descended New Zealanders. They were basically saying we cannot speak, we do not have the authority to speak on that. You'll have to go to the actual Maori, practice these traditions and everything. Like, that's in their nature already, based on what I saw in that talk. And they're trying to do that more and more, I noticed, in that creative space. So New Zealand as a creative space, that little microcosm that I experienced in Gen Con was a breath of fresh air, because they were already trying to tackle those issues and understanding that we may not be the best person to write about this. We need to do proper consultations and have it, if possible, lean on their lived experience. Yeah. In between worlds. That's how it really feels. But so I was just saying that it is also gave me a lot of heart and confidence. It gave me more heart after posting that question and interacting with other circles, seeing all these tweets and seeing all these other talks and videos, that you're not alone in this, and that it is your lived experience is your lived experience. And something about the thing Zedek shared about truth and authenticity, that is also that is a good way to break it down for me as well. The difference between truth and authenticity, like what is true and what is authentic, it's nuanced and different. You have to differentiate those. Like, you can always write a true story, but not always an authentic one, and other stuff like that. So it's about getting that authenticity and getting a balance of both, and accepting that you are not the authority of either realm, because your own lived experience is limited, that you need to be able to respect other people's perspectives and bring their input into it as well. And that you also have to be humble enough to admit that you aren't always the best person to speak for another, despite how right you think you are. Right, Aloy? Sorry. No, Aloy in Zero Dawn. A lot of these things are also applying here in Horizon Zero Dawn. We already kind of have the challenge of, okay, admittedly how Aloy appears, alright, her appearance and how she deals with these tribal groups who are here in this game. They're represented usually by minority groups. So we already have that aesthetic clash of, and the dangers that come with all that. It gives, there's more weight as to how Aloy should act in terms of these interactions, because of how they chose to represent them in terms of ethnic groups. I don't know if you noticed, but everyone else around Aloy, they've mostly been from minority groups. So yeah, it's that. It's like, can Aloy really speak for them despite knowing the truth of the matter? Can she really deny their truths? And it's a lot. Yeah, and even that, right? Like in Zedek's case, or even in or some Malaysian acquaintances I had as well, and how they were. It is a brief discussion, I think, when I was in Malaysia at some point, and they were also talking about how people were coming to me and asking for directions, right? Because they thought I was Malaysian, but it's led to another discussion about how, about that. Like, even within the Chinese communities, there are these divisions, and how messy it is for them as well. not messy in a bad way. It's just complicated and complex. There's so many layers to it. And how in our very own setting, the fact that they have to say, you know, they see me first. And it's so clear, like when they see me first, from my right side. It's funny. I don't know if it's a thing, but my right side, my right eye is more Chinese than my left eye. Point is, when they see me first and they see the more Chinese side of me, literally and figuratively, their guard is up and they have to confirm first whether I am a mainlander or whether I am Chinese Filipino. When I greet them in Tagalog, or when I respond in Tagalog, when they try to speak to me in English and I respond in Tagalog, you can see them visibly relax and open up to you. Because we have our own divisions here. It's just so much racism against mainlanders. But we got roped into that cycle of hatred even more so. Like, there are a lot of things, like even a lot of my friends being stopped on the road because they think you're mainland Chinese and they can get away with like hassling you. And then when you speak to them in Tagalog, they're like, "Oh, sorry sir, we thought you were someone else or whatever," and then just drive off. It's so terrible. Right? And in places with heavy tourism, they're also super against it's hard to get away from that because you do see it in action. All right, like admittedly, you know, as a fellow tourist and you're there, you can also see how they conduct their tourism, how we see them mostly conduct their tourism compared to how other people are being tourists. Anyway, that reinforcing, you know, those stereotypes, reinforcing all these prejudiced views, it just doesn't help get out of that mindset. Not something that that won't be changing anytime soon. It's just something we have to bear, especially after COVID and the pandemic, and how our own president was getting super chummy with the mainlanders. That just opened the floodgates to lump a lot of the Chinese Filipino communities in with the mainlanders, that nowadays you have to verify whether you're Filipino or not. Yeah, like, oh my god, I thought you were a foreigner. Or actually, Bill was on the stream the other day and I was speaking in English, of course, and Bill was also like, sometimes I forget that you're not American, because I guess sometimes I got an American accent. I don't know, but it's so difficult to place. That's what people think. I think this line of questioning, I can really trace it back when I ended up becoming an exchange student. You know what? I think that was a huge turning point, I think. When I was an exchange student and I was in the international student village, and a lot of people had their flags up, right? A metaphorical flags up. They're saying, "Hi, I'm from Sweden. We can show you our culture and be proud about it, and showcase you midsummer." And we did all that, and then, you know, each person in the dorm from the different countries, they all put up their own little cultural fest, right? For the dorm. I was the only Filipino representative in the village, and no one even knew I was from the Philippines. It would always be a thing. Like, my friends, some of my friends would be there, and whenever they'd ask, "Oh, where are you from?" Me, like, "Where are you from? You speak English so well." And then my dorm friends and my friends and I would be like, "Oh right, guess where I'm from." It's always a thing. Guess where I'm from. No one, absolutely no one, could guess. Always different answers. America, or Singapore, or etc., etc., etc. But mostly people would think I'm from the U.S. because I was hanging out with the Americans mostly, in English. So they'd think I was American, Chinese American. But yeah, when I would see, "I'm from the Philippines," and of course they'd be like, "You don't look Filipino." of course, it is all in, an earnest want to get to know me and learn about me, and they'd always be fascinated about, a lot of them didn't understand about how we were, of course, like colonized by Spain. It is fun. Like, we had some Spanish friends as well, and we were talking about, yeah, we were colonized by your country like 300 years ago, for 300 plus years, and then you Americans came in, and then you Japanese came in as well. Of course, we're all just like openly talking about these things, right? Accepting our places in history, and it is just fun conversations all around about getting to know all these, how mixed it was, and they generally appreciated how, that does sound a bit complicated in terms of, being colonized by multiple countries and not knowing exactly your place. So what did I do when it became my turn for introducing my international friend? I cooked them adobo. It's like, what else? Cooked them adobo, taught them some Tagalog words. I don't know, man. It's just... But there was a Filipino community in New Zealand. Unsurprisingly, there was a Filipino community in our school. And of course, I was able... instant connection with them, and then they gave me some free stuff. They cooked more hot dogs for me during the... No, it was oh, sorry, not CISV. JTA, back when I was in college. So the junior term abroad, 3rd year, I think, university. But yeah, I was the... A lot of people were surprised I chose New Zealand, because of course people are saying, why would you go to New Zealand for your junior term abroad? I don't know. I think I went to New Zealand because they had a course in photography, and I love Lord of the Rings. You caught me. Yes, it is unsurprising. And I did go with that, right? Like, when we went to the South Island, that is the one that I was most excited for. When we were on term break, and we all went to the South Island. One of the best experiences I've had in my life, just being able to just rent a car, drive all around the South Island, and just experiencing Middle Earth all around. Like, we didn't need any of the tours and the like. We were just stopping from one hostel to another and just taking it all in. Such a magical experience. And of course, it helped shape me as well as a person, because of everything I talked about. Like, actually questioning, like, people don't really know where I'm from. I don't exactly know who I'm from. How do I represent myself? Because there are also a bunch of Chinese people there, and I felt really bad because they became my friends. There was one from mainland China and a couple of Taiwanese, and yet we were all buddies in the international group. So the people I ended up hanging with were people from all different corners. That these people were able to speak to each other in Mandarin, and I just felt left out. So that is unfortunate. Like, they were also trying to teach me, like, oh, we should speak Mandarin so we can all like talk and everything, but I just couldn't. So that also just made me question about, oh man, if only I took Chinese seriously so I could have talked to these people. Anyway, that is a nice thing to get off the chest. It is nice talking about that. Singapore, when China opened the mainland discrimination, yeah, the ultra rich ones owned up, flaunted their wealth, crashed their luxury cars. And that's what's happening here, right? They're just buying everything. Like, my mom was in real estate. Almost everyone purchasing, all the land, all the buildings, they're all connected to the mainland Chinese in some way. And to clarify, it's a reason to dislike rich people. Yeah. You guys are the representatives of Cultural Day. Oh man. Yeah, but again, like, asking that question, learning other perspectives, knowing that we're not alone. It's just that, like, we realize at some point that we're kind of asking the wrong questions or expecting the wrong things out of ourselves. The fact that we're a mix of all these is just simply that's what our lived experience is. Like, you cannot divorce we can't divorce ourselves from the roots that we've had, and you're not any lesser for being a mix of all of these. And you should also shy away from those people who think that you're greater because you're a mix of all of these things, which is a mentality that a lot of people have here about being mestizo, about being mixed. It's like, oh, it's such a good thing that you're like half Spanish or you're half white, essentially. What they're saying, then you're super cool. But it's like, no. Yeah. And they have to be proud of that. But proud of where you've come from and how you are constantly learning and work in progress, but also just humble enough to accept the fact that there is still a lot to learn and a lot to know. You know, just don't brag about being the authority in all of these things, and just know where your limitations are. Just learn from other people. Aloy's learning this in this game. Because in Zero Dawn, Aloy has always had her way. And I think the writers took note of that, especially with the complications that come into how Aloy is portrayed aesthetically and how she's dealing with the local tribes. And I've noticed here that yes, she slips up a lot, and they still portray a lot of the negative extreme aspects of certain spiritual beliefs. But I see how they're trying to highlight more like this experience with the Oseram here. Like we've never caught a glimpse of the artistic side of Oseram. You always think about, you know, thinkers, delvers, dwarves, greedy people just looking for ore and shards and everything. And I hope they keep trying to highlight these other aspects of the tribes and have Aloy here just appreciate and listen and just be with them for once. You know, Aloy needs to accept that she just really doesn't know much, or if anything, about these tribes. So that's why she's just very inquisitive. Okay, no, she's socially awkward and has a hard time getting to know people. So Aloy is also a work in progress, and she's also learning. It's just, understandably, a lot of people focus on the fact that she's red-haired, green-eyed, and white, and that she's dealing with a lot of tribes who are dominantly populated by minority groups. So it hits even harder with that kind of portrayal whenever they act as the ignorant masses. And Aloy is here to say that I'm right, you're wrong, you're getting yourself killed, I'm here to save you. So there's definitely that vibe of white savior thing going on. And I just really hope they keep doing quests like this here. Because there's already one scene. Yeah, it's something that needs scrutiny. Like that. Like, it is a blind spot for me. Because like, her color didn't exactly factor in for me. I was mostly focused on, you know, why are these tribes, why are they only portraying bad things about them? Like, for me, that is my problem with it. Like, what happened to the beauty of their experiences, the other aspects of their society? Like, and yet you're always just, I guess maybe you're constrained by time, or you need a plot to move forward, that they're always being quote-unquote stupid. Like, someone needs to tell them that the machines are killing them. They need to stop it. There's a lot of baggage that comes with that, of course. When you bump into this road where this person is literally praying himself to death. Like, when do you intervene and how do you intervene is the most important thing. And with the DLC and this, they finally decided to add more perspectives. And I forgot there was an AI in the Frozen Wilds who, I believe I already talked to this about with Lichcasts about. So now this AI is in charge of guiding this tribe. But the AI asked Aloy, should I just reveal my true nature to them and hit them with cold hard facts? Or should I find a way to ease them into it and make them come to the realization themselves? And of course the latter is what we chose. But, you know, if you were in that AI's position and they saw you as a god, or they saw you as a messianic figure or a spiritual advisor, you know, they look to you for advice and authority and change, and you're capable of doing these changes. How much do you mask and veil it in order to compromise with their own beliefs? Like, how? I'm not sure. I don't have the answer yet. Like, you're the AI, you know they're believing in the literal wrong things. Like, you can clarify things for them. You could tell them that, no, I'm not a spirit. I am a computer program. And that's what the AI was grappling with. Should I do that to these people? And we don't have the answer yet because that was left hanging. I don't know what happened to them in that tribe. I wonder if we'll see them again. I doubt it. But I do wonder about that. Like, you know, and that AI, of course, we don't have a physical embodiment of Aloy, like the European colonizer, right? That's gone. This AI was just a floating blob, asking the same questions. Like, how much do we reveal to these people? What will the education amount to? Do I start to dismantle everything they believed in? Is that the final goal? To enlighten them? Because everything they believed in was just in the AI program, the computer subroutines, science and technology. Like, everything that they were believing in had a clear explanation from the AI. And yet the AI was always hesitant. Like, should I tell them about these things? So that's one of the tensions I like about this world. And it's not unique to this world. I'm sure there are a lot of other works that also grapple with the same facts. It's just I understand the criticism that comes with when it's not a faceless, colorless AI, but Aloy coming into the world and doing this. So yeah, I understand that criticism, and it's just one of the things that I think they're trying to. They super dumb down Aloy here compared to the first game. So that is a lot, but I enjoyed talking about that. Thank you. And I think it's appropriate for Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West as well, because moving forward, Aloy will have more tribes to deal with. And I don't know, I'm just so personally invested in this Oseram Showman group right now. And it's so cute because they're also in Las Vegas, right? It's just that. And of course, the fact that how they dealt with the producer's mindset here, I felt that, and I felt that, like, he wasn't just he just wasn't some one-dimensional shard counting person looking to profit all of it. These were all people who believed in the dream of the Morland's grandfather. And I'm always a sucker for that. Like, yeah, sure, parents shouldn't expect their children and grandchildren to be the vessels of their dreams, but when the child decides himself or herself or themselves that I believed in my grandfather's dream and I wanna finish what he started, that just hits me hard because I never got to know my grandfathers. They died before I was born. And I never got to know my grandmothers. Because one had Alzheimer's, the other had Parkinson's, and I was too young to interact with them when they were still lucid. And I'm sure they had all their own hopes and dreams, and one of the saddest things is when my grandmother, one of the things I do remember from her more lucid days was how she regretted not teaching her children how to speak Chinese. It was such a, it came out of the blue. Like, I don't even remember the context of it. I just remember just one day, like at a family gathering, I just remember that line being spoken to her with much difficulty. I think she was like observing her children around the table, and I was just beside her, and I think I heard her just say that. I don't know if it is to me or if it is to herself. And it's just that. It's just unfinished, broken dreams, regrets at the twilight years of your life. And there's just something about the story of like Morland just being inspired by those dreams and this ember, which is, I super love how it is just, a hollow. It is basically a hollow girl of Las Vegas, alright? But it didn't diminish anything from Morland. It's just, this inspired him as a child, and it made him want to go into showmanship and tell stories. And the length he's going to come back here, collect more embers, and put on the greatest show in the world. What is the price of art, really? What are you willing to give up for that? Which also reminds me now of one of my new favorite songs from Florence and the Machine, which asks the same question. What is the price of your art? And I just watched Tick Tick Boom yesterday. Maybe that's why I'm subconsciously spewing out all of this. I love Tick Tick Boom. Because Tick Tick Boom also, it doesn't also have an answer for that. You neglect a lot of things, you sacrifice so much, and it feels like inherently art feels like such a selfish thing. It feels like you just want to sit in your apartment, write musicals, validate yourself by creating your art. Like, what do you really contribute? You're not saving the world. In heated arguments, that comes up a lot. Like, what's the point of going all these delves and risking your life and to put on a show? For what? Like, you're not helping the Osram with their war against the Tenakth. You're not like saving lives in the front. You're not like healing people who are injured in the hospitals coming from the war. It's like, what is the value of art? What is the cost of it? And of course, we like to say that we inspire people, we uplift their spirits, we preserve the past and educate the future and all of these things. But it's hard when your experience with artists themselves, when you look down, deep down, a lot of it is also very driven by personal desire to get something out there, to fulfill a personal dream, and dragging people along with you. I don't know. It's like, what is the cost? And it's something I'll have to write out. I can't talk about it yet, but I'm going to have to figure out how to grapple all those thoughts and put it into a coherent script. That's what I have to currently work on, which is why I watch Tick Tick Boom for research. So we're gonna just talk to these Osram a bit, do a few more of the quest. I've spoken enough. But But I really love beating these Oseram. I'm glad I chose this first, despite my bias against desert biomes. We're back in Fallout territory with post-apocalyptic Las Vegas, and we're here with Showman of the Oseram, simply trying to fulfill the dreams of his grandfather. I love it. Let's see what's next. Maybe gather a few parts and wrap up the quest there. And thank you for dropping by, Den Mother and Lechcasts. Yes, we are not alone. So, man with a smooth baritone, awesome narrator voice, tell us about this dangerous trade.
So you're saying being a wordsmith can be dangerous?
Oh yeah. Story goes the wrong way, Oseram will throw stuff at you.
What, like fruit?
More like chairs or grenades.
Jesus.
But the veteran wordsmith persevered through it all, hammer in hand, ready to give as good as he got. How do you think we got here all the way from the claim anyway, past those blasted machines? It wasn't by talking.
Well, I should get going.
Got to go see someone about an underwater city.
And lo, the huntress went forth.
And of course the music's already now changed with the guitar strings. It's, you know, we're in Las Vegas, baby. Wish I got to play Fallout Las Vegas. I only experienced Las Vegas in Fallout 1 or 2. Both? I don't remember Las Vegas, what setting of one of those. Yes, Stemmer's pretty eyes. That and the voice, it's like narrate our story, please.
I'm gonna leave this mount outside.
Alright, well. Gotta catch ourselves, recover the compressed air capsule. Someone actually overlaid some of the landmarks with the real world equivalents. Like, I don't know. That's probably a landmark in Las Vegas. The tip of the tower. Like, there's something like an Eiffel Tower in Las Vegas, right? Something like that. I think this is like the tip of it. I don't remember that though, but I would not be surprised if such a temple was in, or castle, or pagoda was in Las Vegas. Fallout New Vegas.
Another drone keeping watch on the biosphere. I should grab its data. But how am I going to get it down?
Wallpaper. I'll get you next time. Yeah, like this. This is also probably a real building. The castle is familiar. Wasteland. Ah, there we go. Wait, where am I going? Go to the machine herd. Oh! Okay.
This will be in my stash when I need it.
It's so brutal when you run over them.
Well, this is where Moreland said the herd would be. They must have moved on. I need to pick up their trail. Better look for tracks.
Oh yeah, that is a huge quality of life, bitch casts. Picking stuff up while mounted. And for me, the favorite change was, fine, it's not as immersive, but anything that doesn't fit in your bag goes directly to your storage. Like in Zero Dawn, I was so annoyed that I had to keep clearing my inventory. And I think the devs decided, you know, for the sake of gameplay and the pacing of the game, no inventory runs. Just everything goes to storage. I'm sorry. I need your... Oh! Parts! Oh my god. Oh, you almost got away.
Focus can help here.
Okay, we need one rabbit bone for spike holster. Alright, let's track this herd, get a part, or let's finish up this quest if we have time for that. Before we delve, the next week I'll dive into Las Vegas, literally.
There. Tracks should lead me to the herd. This must be where the herd left from. Better follow the tracks in the other direction.
Wait, other direction? What's that supposed to be? Oh. It's the right way. Oh look, sand trail.
There's the herd. I should have the parts I need.
Compressed air capsule. This is purge water canister burrower. Tunneling recon machine equipped with the purge water canister emits a high-pitched sound to alert allies and stun enemies. I need a compressed air capsule. Where is it?
Could fry that machine with shock ammo.
Sound shell. The sound shell. These meerkat bots are the cutest.
More machines? Better deal with them first.
Kill the machines, optional. Compressed air capsule. Where the hell do I get that? Okay. Come closer. Alright.
Oh, the storm's whipped up a sand spiral. Great.
Crap, it's not gonna... They're off the trail, off the path. Very well. This is the one. Wait, no. You have it? Chill water sack. Beak. Alright, get the beak out. Nice.
Okay, got them all. Now where did the herd go?
That's how you should use your sharp shot bow. These traps are so adorable. Still can't believe that machines used to see them. I think they're more for the player. Visually identified traps. I was gonna dismantle it.
Shock ammo.
Explosive chill water sack. Have any chill water? Okay, let's go over here. Damn. Sandstone.
Looks like the herd's caught between those sand spirals. I could use that to my advantage.
Sand spirals. Oh, I was just talking about getting here those last stream. Cargo refining sack. Okay, that's a quest resource. Tag it. On the other hand, stop hopping around. That didn't work.
Got it. I should check if one of these machines has an intact membrane.
I hope that's got it.
One synthetic membrane.
Nice.
Better check the other machines. Maybe I might have a kneecap I can use.
That's not good. I'm so curious what happens if I step in there. Instant death.
The kneecap.
There we go.
Good. Okay, that takes care of the machine parts. Just gotta grab the compressed air capsule from Nolan's diving bubble. Dust. Whirled around my room. Right.
That's what you get for the terraforming. Okay. That went smoother than usual. That's taking a while to load. Suspicious. There we go.
What can I do for you, partner?
I need to get going.
Well then, I won't stop you.
Doom Hollow. I'm gonna have to swim.
I should be on my way.
And so the adventure continues.
What now?
I'll be going.
Finally.
What other stuff does he say before I continue?
What happened to leaving me alone?
See you later, Abaddon.
Just wanted to hear what you had to say. Last one.
Still here?
I guess this is goodbye for now.
Can we make it goodbye forever?
For lines like this, Lichcasts. As far as I could tell, they put 3 variations of greeting and goodbye per NPC. So it's a habit of mine to get it all out of them.
Need something else, friend?
Time to go.
You will be missed.
Oh. Right, we have upgrades.
And we meet again.
So when it turns gray, that means you already exhausted everything.
Well, I've got work to do.
Then work you must.
I may as well. Maybe the only time I'm gonna experience this game.
What can I do for you, partner?
There, then it's exhausted.
I need to get going.
Well then, I won't stop you.
Of course, 2 more from Stammer.
And the huntress found her way back to the humble wordsmith.
I have to get going.
In a world of sand and water, destiny lies below.
Indeed it does.
Behold, the Spear Maiden returns.
I'd better head out.
And so she left to seek out her fate in depths unknown.
Had to do a lot of that.
With a spark in her eyes, the huntress stalked the wary delver.
Probably have a lot to say, don't you?
I should be on my way.
And so the adventure continues.
Right, deep breath.
Got the compressed air capsule. I should have all the parts to build this thing now. Better get back to Moreland.
And holding our breath will be a thing of the past.
Ugh. Refreshing, I guess.
I thought we were finally going to get away from this place.
Well, good thing that Aloy showed up. We'll see.
The longer their sojourn in the desert, the crustier the shard counter's mood became.
It's a familiar trope. The guy narrating everything. I feel like I forgot where I experienced that before.
Need something else, friend?
Got your parts.
I've got everything I need to build the
incredible diving mask.
I think diving mask is enough.
I won't quibble. The workbench is all yours.
There it is. Craft unique special journey. So we have, we have one more tool before I can confidently do a lot of the side content without worrying about backtracking. Cool. Special breathing apparatus that enables diving to extreme depths. Just like that.
Whoa. There's a marvel. If it works, you'll let me try it? I want to get down there and get those embers.
Assuming I don't drown.
So what are you really looking for down there?
It's hard to explain. Something that caused a malfunction in the apparatus that controls the old city. I think it started the flood.
Well, I thought we started the flood. Like we sprung a trap. I don't know how we were detected. Like I said, the dancing lights around us changed, turned to sea life. There was this flash of red, and the roar of water surging in.
Wait, a flash of red?
A red light from a spot near the grate on the floor where the water burst through. It was like a beacon.
Or a warning. Thanks. That might help.
I hope it does. And good luck down there.
Okay. Time to see if this thing works.
To find a rogue AI. And that's where we're gonna have to leave it. We're going to dive into this and find Poseidon. And help out our friends over here.
We'll find a way to get the embers. I know we will.
Optimism! It's great. Right up until the point you stumble into a machine's jaws.
Pessimism. It may save your hide, but it'll never save your spirit.
Once again, the shard counter found he had lost the war of words.
I'll stuff a cog in it, Stemmer.
Need some new friends, and we're gonna help them put on the greatest show this side of the lane. Thanks everyone for tuning in, listening to all of that. Thank you for your support and dropping by and hanging out. I enjoyed talking about all those things. We didn't get a lot done, but A lot did happen.
The mysterious maiden approaches. No.
And he's still coming up with stories. So that is Horizon Forbidden West for now. We're gonna pick this up next week. We'll be diving to find Poseidon. We got one more tool in our arsenal for maximum exploration. What lies beneath? Who knows? A land full of holograms.
The resolute maiden. That's definitely not it.
We're just hearing the thought process of Stemmer now, fellow storyteller. It's great. Alright, so I'm gonna pick this up next week on next Tuesday. We continue our first playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn. On Thursday, we should be coming up on the second to the last seal in Black Book.
The Dauntless Huntress. Maybe.
Dauntless Huntress. In Black Book, on every Thursday, we're coming up to our second to the last seal. 2 more seals and we'll be granted our wish. Or will we? So we're nearing the final act, I believe, of Black Book. God of War we completed on Saturday, but one Valkyrie...
Her appearance is sudden as a falling star, as a storm in the fall. Or is it a summer wildfire?
You know, I would love to... I really hope after all of this we'll be able to watch their play. Maybe they're gonna put Aloy in it. Coming up with the story now, I can see it. Yeah, but what lies below? Las Vegas. Holograms.
The mysterious maiden approaches. No.
So we'll see everyone on Thursday for Black Book. I mean, nearing the end there. Saturday we have the Valkyrie to take care of. I think I'll probably... Still considering if I should stream that final fight with the Valkyrie, but we finished the God of War story and that was phenomenal as well. There's a lot lined up. Stay tuned. Thank you for your support.
The resolute maiden. That's definitely not it.
We will explore more of the resolute maiden next week. For those who may be lurking, if you enjoy this content, please consider giving us a follow and checking us out on Twitter and Instagram. And for people who are interested and who wish to become part of the community, our Discord is open 24/7. So I'll see everyone around. And as always, have a good one.
The Dauntless Huntress. Maybe.
The Dauntless Huntress signing out. Welcome to the table.